Fixed it.
Oh, look at us.
Collectively fixed it.
Well, see?
I saw myself on
See,
TV
that last one does need to be down. Ha.
Yeah.
See,
you're right.
I told you so. Stuart.
We can always shut that. We can shut that door and open that door.
Them on the door, so if
No, we can.
Oh, the executive session's still on the door, huh?
Who's gonna help us and open the other door?
Is the executive session still on the door? Thank you.
I think we're live streaming now. Okay. So, good morning. I think we're going to take down our break sign. Good morning. My name is Anyele Halova, and I'm the chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. It is Thursday, September 25th, 2025, and I call this meeting to order. I would like to introduce Andy Nichols. Andy Nichols is going to be joining us shortly from Klamath County Commissioner. And so whenever we get in the agenda and he arrives, I'll introduce him to greet us. So in the meantime, I'd like to recognize the administrative and information technology staff without whom this meeting would not be possible. They are John Desmore, Ingrid Claudel, Brandy Elmer, and our new limited duration Commission Assistant, Adam Buell. Welcome to the department. Casaria Taylor is providing on-site mentoring and training during this meeting. Thank you to all. Casaria, please continue the meeting.
Good morning, Chair Halova, commissioners, guests, community members, and staff. Thank you for joining us for day one of the Land Conservation and Development Commission's September 2025 meeting. My name is Casaria Taylor, and I'm going to make note of a few things, including best practices for participation. Recordings of the Commission's meetings are available on YouTube. And for individuals here in the room who wish to testify, please complete a green comment registration card available on the materials table at the back of the room. While 3 minutes for public testimony is typical, the chair may reduce the time according to the number of people signed up to testify and other schedule demands. For those individuals joining us via Zoom, please use the public comment sign-up form on our website. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants, you will be in listen-only mode until you are called on to testify. Again, we thank you all for joining us today. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Thank you, Casaria. I think you're going to call the roll. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Bennett.
present.
Commissioner Boyer.
Present.
Commissioner Porter.
Present.
Commissioner Thompson.
I'm present.
Commissioner Warren.
Present.
Vice Chair Lazo.
Present.
Chair Halova.
Present. Thank you. We are pleased to be here in Klamath Falls for the September 2025 LCDC meeting and are mindful that we are on the ancestral lands of the Klamath, Modoc, and Yahoo-Skin peoples. Commissioner Bennett has volunteered to lead us in the land acknowledgement provided by the Legislative Commission on Indian Services.
Thank you, Chair. Klamath Falls, Oregon is located within the ancestral lands of the Klamath, Modoc, and Yahoo-Skin peoples. For their website, in 1864, the Klamath tribes ceded more than 23 million acres of land to the U.S. government. While this marked the beginning of the reservation era, the tribe retained rights to hunt, fish, and gather in safety on the lands reserved in perpetuity. After being terminated by the U.S. government in 1954, the tribe regained federal recognition after years of advocacy and struggle in 1986. The mission of the Klamath Tribes is to protect, preserve, and enhance the spiritual, cultural, and physical values and resources of the Klamath, Modoc, and Yahuskan Paiute peoples by maintaining the customs and heritage of their ancestors, to establish a comprehensive unity by fostering the enhancement of spiritual and cultural values through a government whose function is to protect the human and cultural resources, treaty rights, and to provide for the development and delivery of social and economic opportunities for their people through effective leadership. The Klamath Tribal Council is comprised of 4 executive positions: chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. These 4 positions are full-time. The other 6 positions are known as members at large and serve as part-time positions. A few staff and commissioners will have the opportunity to meet with the Klamath Tribal Council on September 24th. The Land Conservation and Development Commission and DCLD staff remain committed to working with the representatives of the Klamath Nation and representatives of all tribal nations in Oregon on initiatives that promote the stewardship and protection of significant cultural resources and landscapes that are associated with the ancestral lands of Indigenous peoples throughout the state.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. We were able to do that meeting yesterday with the Klamath Council and the Klamath Nation, which was really great for those of us that participated. Commissioners, this is more housekeeping. Please remember to complete your agenda scorecard found in your folder before you leave the meeting tomorrow. This feedback about the meeting logistics and process is very helpful to staff. Also in our packet, which is new, is for at least this year, is we have a commission best practices survey in your folder, which is a survey that we complete on an annual basis, and those results feed into our key performance metrics and our important indicators that we share as part of our legislative and budget materials. So please complete those before you leave the meeting today. We will now approve the agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda? And Director Bateman, do you have anything to add to the agenda today? Sounds like she's saying no. So if there are no proposed changes, the agenda is adopted. And so now we're going to go to commissioners. Please introduce yourself and your region of representation. We will be going into more detail with commissioners with updates later during our commission business. So during commission business, we'll be talking about any highlights we have from our region, but right now we're just introducing ourselves and our region. And then after that, I want to ask the DLCD staff and guests that are in the room to introduce themselves. So let me start off with the commissioner at the end, Commissioner Warren.
Commissioner Stuart Warren, I represent the Southern Willamette Valley.
Good morning, Barbara Boyer, Commission member representing Northern Willamette Valley.
Morning, Leanne Thompson. I'm the Coastal DLCD Commissioner.
Good morning, Mark Bennett. I represent Central and Eastern Oregon.
Good morning. I'm Alan Lazo, Vice Chair, and I was appointed from the Portland Metropolitan Region.
And Anyele Halova, I'm the chair, and I was appointed from the Portland Metro region. And then Commissioner Porter online.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ellen Porter, and I represent Southern Oregon.
Thank you, commissioners. And so we're going to go around the room and have anyone who's in the room introduce themselves. So, oh, yes, let's go down the table first. I was going to go on a loop, but let's go down the table. Director Bateman.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
And Steve Shipsey, Counsel to the Commission.
Morning, Kirsten Green, Deputy Director, and I serve as the agency's tribal liaison as well at the Director's Delegation.
Good morning, Casaria Taylor, Senior Rules Coordinator.
Good morning, John Dunsmore, Network Administrator.
Thank you for all the introductions. And so we have a special guest with us here today. I would like to introduce Andy Nichols from Klamath, who's a Klamath County Commissioner, who will provide our welcome today. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. I apologize for my promptness. I was meeting with Congressman Bentz, and I'm kind of at the will of the congressman's time as well. So, good morning, and on behalf of Klamath County, the citizens, the community, and the Board of Commissioners, welcome to Klamath County. We appreciate you being here. This is a special place. We've got beautiful scenery from Crater Lake to Spence Mountain, the Wood River, abundant recreation and scenery opportunities here. And while you're here, I encourage you to get out and see those areas, spend some time and see our natural beauty that we have here. With that, we would also like to share some of our challenges here in rural Oregon. I know that many of our communities in Eastern Oregon face these same challenges. It's too often that statewide rules written for urban areas in mind don't necessarily translate well to the realities on the ground out here in the rural areas. For example, here in Klamath, our urban growth boundary includes vast undeveloped areas with little infrastructure, and it's pretty difficult to meet state density goals without roads and utility systems in place. And identifying competitive grants for rural infrastructure could make a real difference in bridging that gap for our rural communities. Another challenge we face here locally is staffing. Klamath County has 2 planners for about 70,000 citizens, 6,200 square miles of land. The city of Klamath Falls has, again, 2 planners for 22,000 citizens. Most of our smaller outlying communities and areas don't have any planning staff at all, which makes it difficult to keep up with legislative challenges, code updates, even when we share the same goals for housing and long-term funding. Again, in rural counties, this is difficult, but long-term funding and grant opportunities to update codes and implement middle housing policies would be enormous help in our rural communities. We look forward to today's conversations. Our goals are the same as yours, to ensure that rural Oregon communities thrive. We hope you consider how tools, flexibility, and resources tailored to rural counties will help us do our part in meeting the state's housing and growth goals. Again, thank you for being here in Klamath County, and we look forward to the discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us. And we had some learnings yesterday, and we look forward to hearing more. This is part of our mission, is to get out to all over, I guess, Oregon to hear firsthand and to see firsthand any land use issues or accomplishments. So thank you for that introduction.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And so now we're going to begin with agenda item number 3, which is cultural areas rulemaking. As everyone comes up, Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison, Gordon Howard, and Amanda Putnam will be introduced. The Commission will be taking public comment and will be asked to provide input to the department. So we're accepting public comment, and we're giving input, but we're not asked to take an action on this item today. Okay, so Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison, will be introducing your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the Commission. Again, I am Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison, here this morning well flanked with Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager, and Amanda Punton, Natural Resources Specialist. It's our distinct pleasure to be with you again on Goal 5 cultural areas. Thank you for being with us in a rather long-running rulemaking. We'll go over today what you charged us with in March and the results of those discussions. And we would ask that you open up the hearing today for public comment. I am not sure that anyone has signed up for public comment online. It doesn't look like that. We do know that that Chair Ray with the Klamath Tribal Council plans to come over and give testimony. He like the Klamath County Commissioner, has other meetings this morning, and so plans to be here around 10. So with your indulgence, we may need to take a little break if we don't fill the time. So with that, I'll go ahead and we'll watch for any commissioner questions or hands or Commissioner Porter online. We have the blessing of time this morning, so we're not in a terrible rush. You might remember that the intent of this rulemaking is to improve awareness of cultural resources and to lead to better preservation of the state's cultural heritage. Goal 5, Amanda is my instructor in this and says that goal 5 is the goal of things that can be inventoried. I used to call it the kitchen sink, but she says that it's more than that. So riparian corridors, wetlands, wildlife habitat, natural areas, mineral and aggregate sites, energy sources, and cultural areas are all noted in the goal 5. Cultural areas has been without its own implementing rule, such as wetlands has, aggregate has, other of the resources have their own implementing rule. Our rules did not have implementing rules for cultural areas since the mid-90s. So at the request of several tribal representatives and the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, 3 to 4 years ago, the Commission initiated a work item to take this up, and which has resulted in your adoption of rules last December, which I would call sort of the base rules. And then in March, the Commission asked us to reopen those, and we will touch on those today. Public comment is open through October 31st at 11:55 p.m. So for those listening, please do not submit comments at 11:57 p.m. I'm a deadline-driven person, so we just want to make that very clear. The Secretary of State only allows us to do things in increments of 5 minutes. So just to summarize the rule kind of briefly again, these rules pick up the state's archaeological resource rules that really live with the state's Historic Preservation Office. And fortunately, we share an attorney at council with State Parks and Rec, who also administer those rules for archaeological sites. So we've been working closely with the state archaeologist and also the Legislative Commission on Indian Services on these rules. This rule, you might recall from last December, the objective is to improve communication between local governments and tribes. Many of Oregon's comprehensive plans were created during what I call the termination era. And in 1954, 61 tribes in Oregon were terminated by Congress. Several tribes, 5 confederations, petitioned back to be recognized, and ARSO, the Klamath tribes, you'll hear from today, had their own Termination Act. We heard about that yesterday. So there was the Western Oregon Indian Termination Act that terminated 61 tribes, but the Klamath tribes had their own act in, I believe it was 1953 or 4. So quite painful, very painful for the tribes. That has resulted in a deficiency in many of our county and city comprehensive plans for Goal 5 inventory, because under good Goal 1 and 2 objectives for communication and coordination, there was not a party on the other side in terms of indigenous cultural resources to be coordinating with during that time. So this rulemaking is an intent to recognize that history and provide opportunities to kind of repair and improve some of those inventories. It is not a requirement on local governments. We don't have very much extra budget to help cities and counties update their inventories. Gordon knows that I'm always appealing to his grant program. The grant program is open now, so if cities and counties wanted to start to update inventories, they could apply for those technical assistance grants. But we also know that there's pressing issues for governor's priorities on housing on all those resources. So this, the goal is to improve communication and to provide really ways for voluntary measures to avoid impacts through coordination and consultation between local governments, developers, and tribes. It does treat archaeological sites the same as statute, and it defines a Goal 5 standard process for landscape features. And when we talk about the Goal 5 standard process, we mean a balancing act, and it's a sort of a social, this is art, not science, for energy, social, economic, and environmental resources. So that's the Goal 5 standard process, and I have experts on that to my left and my right if anyone wanted to talk about the application of what would happen when someone would bring an application to add a resource to an inventory for a local plan. It would go through this Goal 5 standard process. So Amanda has done this really wonderful graphic that lays out the rule architecture, and you can see kind of it has a twin side. So the and these are in your packet. They're online on our rulemaking website, the full text of the rule, and also in the staff report today in your packets under tab 3. The very difficult to read Secretary of State posting format, but this is the cheat sheet. So there's the section 1 is definitions, section 2 defines kind of the Goal 5 process in relation to other Division 23 rules. Then you have the wing of archaeological sites, and then you have a wing of cultural landscape features that would be voluntary and based on application. Sections 3 and 5, again, are very closely tied, really inextricably tied in reference to SHPO's rules, the State Historic Preservation Office rules and statute for protection of sacred archaeological sites. We have a new section 7, according to your charge, Amanda and Laura Kelly and staff representatives from Metro Regional Government really helped define and clarify the procedures for our regional growth boundary, which doesn't administer its own comprehensive plans. That'd be up to the individual cities and counties within Metro. So we have a new Section 7 that brings kind of all those protocols together. Section 8 is to identify potentially significant landscape features in other sort of adopted vehicles, and then 9 are optional protection strategies, and 10 goes into some application of the rule. So we can get into those details if you'd like. They're not changed as a result of your charge from March, so those sections are not significantly changed. Section 7 is, but 8 and 9 are not. Little change to 9 based on comments we've received. I might mention it now. So I think it's 9. We had testimony from County Planning Director Jill Rolfe in Coos County. And Coos County is really unique in the state in that they had a significant overlay map in their initially acknowledged comprehensive plan. So they were able to have worked with the Confederate Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians and the Coquille Indian Tribe at that time to, as part of their initial adoption, they have an overlay map. And so this Section 9 recognizes cities and counties with programs that already have an acknowledged and adopted program. So we didn't want to ask a county to go through and do again, renotice, re-engage, redo what they had done decades ago. So this provides a pathway to acknowledge existing local comprehensive plans. That would be the most significant change in Section 9. So back to your charge from March. There were 3 items. One, sort of who and how. Who could bring one of these requests for a city or county planning commission and city council and county commission to add a landscape feature as a Goal 5 significant resource. The second, that's the kind of who. The how is how that amendment should be processed. And the third I mentioned already was through the Metro Urban Growth Boundary process. So you charged us with looking into 3 things in March. You had adopted the full rules in December 2024, and then recharged us to reopen these 3 items. And we've been working with a stellar rulemaking advisory committee, and also really appreciate the work of Commissioner Leanne Thompson. I'm constantly dropping that E. Forgive me, please, Commissioner. And then a host of folks at DLCD. No one does this work alone. I want to thank Director Bateman for her support and leadership, and also Governor Kotek's Tribal Affairs Director, Shana Radford, who's been also another angel on our shoulder as we go through this work. Small print, but this is also online. This is the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We are in partnership with League of Oregon Cities and Association of Oregon Counties in this work. League of Oregon Cities, Alexandra is serving with us. Alexandra Ring is serving with us right on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Brandon Person deferred to county representatives for the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, but AOC has kindly been helping us get the word out on some events that we've been holding for city and county planners. There's 2 upcoming, and I'll get to that in a moment. The 9 federally recognized tribes were also invited to be at the table. 8 of the 9 were able to resource representatives at this rulemaking table. The Burns Paiute tribe was not able to, but we've been in separate coordination and consultation with that tribe, one-on-one directly under government responsibilities. Any questions on all that background?
Commissioners?
Oh, thanks, Chair. So the first question of who. So in the 2024 rule, we had any individual or group could bring an application. And I know that caused our commission liaison some concern. It caused community members some concern. And I think folks were really quite worried that it would be used to block development, honestly. And in a context of this time of needed housing, one of the guiding principles of this rulemaking is to recognize our housing crisis. So we're really in planning always trying to do a both and. Balancing 19 goals and numerous local priorities. So we did narrow the Rulemaking Advisory Committee members, and it's reflected in the rule draft, did narrow the pathway to Oregon-based governments, which would include SHPO, other state agencies, cities and counties, and also federally recognized tribes. So the rules, before you do narrow the rules, this is a little painful because we know that it excludes terminated tribes, non-federally recognized tribes, tribes in other states. In the 2024 rulemaking, we heard testimony from, and we have in the record testimony from the Cowlitz tribe. I believe went on record and sent us a letter expressing their dismay that this does not recognize, their historic and ancestral territory in Oregon. But to begin, we have of pursuing a path of let's just try this in a more limited way with the Oregon federally recognized tribes. It does retain, Oregon statute and rule retains the right for other entities to petition the local government to initiate. So it doesn't completely box out other parties who would like to bring an amendment. They would do that through a request of their local government. The other set of groups that would be able to petition their local government would be, I just put it in quotes, other culturally recognized groups. So that might be Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans. We know have very specific cultural resources and histories in Oregon, and they too would be able to petition the local government for amendment to add a resource to their comprehensive plan. So that's the solution on the first charge. Any questions on that one?
Commissioners? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Oliva, and thank you, Deputy Director. I have a question about what you were just talking about with regard to that restriction on the pathways to who can bring forward. I'm sure you've talked about it, and there's more discussion about it, but did you look at a way to define some of those folks who might have been excluded? And secondly, can you talk about if that pathway remains that way, is there a way for, or is there an appeal process or some other kind of process to negate the possibility that a local government might be the sole gatekeeper for bringing forward somebody's identification of a cultural resource?
Appreciate that. Amanda may wish to chime in here. Amanda did do some outreach, and in our first year, we did not have a great outcry of other culturally specific organizations kind of having comprehensive planning in the front of their mind, sadly, but they're busy with other things. The local government honestly retains control and power regardless in this case over their own comprehensive plan. So even if a tribe were to bring the amendment, it's still up to the local government what happens to it. So this doesn't shift the balance of power in that way at all. That would need, dramatic statutory change. But here we would be a friend of that party. DLCD is a resource to help that party approach their local government. So our regional representatives would be, I would say, the best party to help a culturally specific group if they wish to bring an amendment to a local comprehensive plan, bring that. And of course, Amanda Gordon and I, director, would be there too to try and support a culturally specific organization that wanted to bring an additional resource to a local comprehensive plan. I hope that gets at your question.
Vice Chair.
I think it does. I guess what I'm saying is that if this doesn't shift that power, like you said, and so the next potential step we could take would be to make that shift. And I think that's something that we might consider as a department, and particularly in this work. And I think a comment I was also going to make about the background was it'd be nice to see us shift the language away from this work sort of always being resource restricted. Yeah. And not a priority,
right.
To making it a priority, right? You even made reference to the governor's office and the length of time that this rulemaking has taken, and to grants. So it would be nice to see us make that shift at some point. And us as the global us, not just this department, but the entire structure of our culture.
That's right.
So we can start to see those in some places and shifts of power like that.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you.
I'd like to make a comment.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Because I was the liaison, this is very interesting to me. I think the remedy for your concern is the strengthening in a very conscious way of the relationships with the tribal nations so that they are empowered to speak for themselves and interact constructively with their neighbors. Because what we're looking at, and can I just go on for a minute?
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you, because I'm sitting here writing. This was such a joy because the staff were meticulous in a legal sense and profoundly related to each other, the people and the places all over. So it was a wonderful balancing act, and it was also harmonizing because the values that we shared, because Vice Chair and I were talking about values this morning, social justice, environmental justice, and a healthy economy are shared values with pretty much everybody. So if we're looking at social justice, if we're looking at environmental justice, if we're looking at a healthy economy, we have issues in the definition of wealth. We have issues in the wealth management practices, and we have issues with access and control. We're cognizant that we are clarifying the issues and establishing the relationship and empowering constructive, respectful, oh, dare I say, loving relationships to work these things out. Thank you for giving me time, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Any other commissioners with questions, comments? Yep. Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks. I also say, the notion that there are other culturally specific groups out there. I think you hit it right on the head, Deputy Director, that there's an awareness and a translation issue there, right? There's no doubt that there are cultural landscape places that could be brought forward by groups. They're just not aware that this process might be something that could aid in their protection, right? We think about, I drove down to Tule Lake yesterday and saw the Tule Lake internment site there. In the Portland area, we know that there are areas of displacement of very specific communities, and some of them are related to land use. In downtown Portland, the former Chinatown and Nihonmachi there have struggled with land use issues that they've contacted me about related to displacement. We know that happened in the Black community in Northeast Portland. So, these could be pathways that communities like that, if they're aware of the long-range impacts and the possibilities of protections or opportunities that we might give certainly might raise some awareness for them to move along those pathways.
Deputy Director Green. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Those are poignant suggestions for how we move forward with promoting the rule, and the opportunity there. So thank you. I'm grateful to local government staff for making a post on the Oregon Planners Network recently about the rulemaking, which is great. About kind of I was reminding folks of the local government webinars, those are our first partners in administering the state land use program. And I would say we look forward to kind of getting the word out more broadly and doing some other webinars and work. I'm also know that there's great work going on in the city of Eugene recently on culturally kind of re-knowing our history, and I think we only all benefit by knowing that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Director, I think that the work you've done is commendable with staff. In talking to my 20 counties in central and eastern Oregon, not all of them, but the majority of them, the majority of them are 1 and 2 people's shops.
That's right.
And the challenge therein is that none of them they all agreed that it was a great and needed tool. But the thing was, they said, we got all this housing stuff, Mark. Coupled with that, a lot of them really have no idea because the tribes have never reached out. If there isn't a tribal presence in the county, but yet there are cultural sites within their county so there is this gap that we have there. As I was sitting here, and I'm sure the director might grimace when I suggest this, that perhaps the regional representatives could facilitate meetings with the tribal representatives and the county, primarily the county staff, and then to get it just there in the sense that otherwise everybody knows that this needs to happen. And I'm sorry, Angie, I'm tasking you and Dawn with the mission for the Eastern and Central Oregons. But it's, I don't think, from listening yesterday, that the counties would be, overall, would be anti, but it was just like, how are we going to do this in conjunction with our mission already? That, we're not getting any more staff to do the housing piece, and now we've got to take on this. And so it just seemed like that if we could do this educational piece, and then it would address the vice chair's concerns too, because if they're going, okay, well, this is optional, but we really don't have time, so we're going to put it low on our stack. It may be so low on the stack that they don't get to it for years. And those of us in attendance yesterday, heard the hurt and the loss. And, now all we can do is be sympathetic. We can't undo it. And how long do we want to keep experiencing this without, putting some safeguards in there that help the counties identify it? But they can't on their own. They're not going to be able to go. I can tell you the Grant County planner is not going to be able to drive up to meet with the various tribes that may have cultural experience on their land in the county lands. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so I think Deputy Director, I think you have more presentations. Yeah, so maybe you can address some of the questions. We also did not have money to do this work, so I'm not minimizing staff when they say that they don't have it. But I think the difference for us was the high will to do it, right, and how to fit it in. And granted, we have a larger group, so we can fit that in. But I just wanted to say, yeah, part of the thing that everyone's speaking to is the will. There's the money, obviously, and then there's also the will. So continue on, Deputy.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, and also Commissioner Bennett. Thank you for that. I don't have a slide. We don't have a slide in this presentation, but in the background, we are working on forms and tools and templates for the notice requirements for local governments. We are trying to make this easy enough to sort of roll over and do and fit in with current noticing protocols. This is for the ground disturbing aspect of permit applications. So really working, trying to imagine a city recorder, all the cities throughout Oregon who have no planning staff. Someone told me recently, I think it's 70 city. No, it's just the size, 70 tiny cities, 70 cities under 1,000. So you can imagine those are city recorders and city administrators. So we're trying to aim material toward folks who have no planners. For those that would receive a request to change the comprehensive plan, which is what sort of Commissioner Bennett is speaking to, absolutely we need to be right there with our regional representatives and staff to support. We do have, Gordon changed updated the technical assistance guidelines to include this as a grant opportunity. So if folks do want to initiate some work to update their comprehensive plan in this or future biennium, it's there. We realize there are also other pressing issues. So certainly standing by to help as we can, and also make those introductions via Zoom now sometimes, so folks won't have to drive the distance. So thank you for those suggestions. Thank you, Chair. So just quickly moving through, we don't have much else. The charge was brief. We have how to process an application. So our Rulemaking Advisory Committee spent quite a bit of time on this. We've landed on a preference for legislative amendment, which neither of these carry a timeline. So to be clear, if an entity or an Oregon government were to bring a request to add a resource into a comprehensive plan, comprehensive planning amendments are not subject to the 120-day, 150-day turnaround time. So I just want to assure any planner listening that that it is true that this would not be a time sensitive matter. We are however bound to a Supreme Court precedent, Strawberry Hill Four Wheelers case in Benton County, that further defines when a matter is a subject to quasi-judicial review. And so if it's particularly just, for example, one property or affecting a very few people, it could fall into a quasi-judicial process, but still without a timeline. So you asked us to take a look at that. We did, and we've made no changes. Sorry, we couldn't make any progress on that one. But our guidance will say that these feel like legislative amendments because they'd generally be an amendment to an entire inventory and probably affecting more than one property owner. It's hard to know what the resources will be because there could be a number of things, and those are specified in the rule. Just finally, on the urban growth boundary amendments, really again grateful to Metro staff and to Amanda and Regional Representative Laura Kelly for helping us work through the new Section 7, which requires Metro to send notice to tribes of a proposed urban growth boundary amendment in the Portland metro area. And then cities within Metro would continue the coordination to apply Goal 5 through that standard process when a culturally important landscape feature is noted in the record of a Portland Metro regional urban growth boundary expansion. In fact, for the matter you'll be discussing today, the most recent Metro urban growth boundary expansion, the Metro's chief operating officer did apply a condition that the city of Sherwood would continue the outreach in coordination with affected tribes. So sort of following that pattern into the rule here. And we've had some public comment. I just wanted to recognize this. Even since we had to turn in our PowerPoint, we've had at least 2 more. So the public comment period is open through October 31st. We put these exhibits onto our website under the commission item. So they're on our website under this meeting under the item 3. We've received very constructive comments from SHPO, City of Salem, actually 2 comments from the City of Salem, Coos Bay, Coos and Wasco County Planning Director, City of Prineville, and also City of Portland. We really appreciate those comments, and those are online for your review. We will bundle all that up after the close of public comment for your December deliberations. We did take this before the Local Officials Advisory Committee earlier this month. They expressed support for the relationship building intent here and affirm the importance of these resources. They did appreciate the recognition and the pathway for non-federally recognized tribes, particularly on the North Coast. And our next steps are couple more webinars for local governments and open houses. We hope folks can drop in at any time on October 6th. I believe that's coming soon. And then also at the toward the close of public comment, another webinar, which would be more formal, where we would respond to those comments we've received, share any changes that we plan to make or recommend to the Commission for your December meeting. We will be at the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association conference in Bend in October on a couple of panels. And again, written comments coming in through the end of October. Looking forward to your meeting in December. And folks can find all this information and more on our agency's rulemaking page. I think that is it. Chair Halova, thank you, and thanks.
Yeah. You might not be prepared to say these, but did you have any feedback that you wanted to give on the comments that have come in so far?
It would be a technical deep dive, Chair Halova. I'm not sure that you'd want that, but particularly with the comments from the State Historic Preservation Office, we might flag one. There's a piece of the rule where we note that it would be subject to the SHPO's review. We just will simply remove that. It's already it's not necessary in the rule. That would be I think the most significant change we would make. Anything else to add, Amanda?
Yes. Chair Halova, I think for brevity, I'll just say that I've noticed in a few of the comments continued concern that the rule brings requirements to bear on an applicant for development, not the application for adding a resource site. I'm talking about applications that require notice. That there'd be requirements that would come to bear on the applicant that the local government would have to, I guess, impose and enforce. And the rule does say that what results from the notice requirements are recommendations. So the rule says that, but there's still concern out there that the rule requires more than recommendations to an applicant. And so we just need to communicate what the rule is doing better.
Then, thank you. I thought maybe you could talk more about, you talked about resources for local government. You talk specifically about resources for the smaller offices. Can you talk about maybe all the resources? I think it's just a good time to get it on for people who might be listening.
Sure.
Is that the universe of resources, or it'd be nice to talk about the breadth of potential resources.
Thanks, Ben. And I'm not sure if you have anywhere on your local laptop the slide we use for the webinars, which is your kind of cheat sheet for the types of things. Yeah, we have. But Amanda, I'll take it on first, but I just didn't know if you had it. I don't have my computer here, so I can't bring up that slide. Yeah, thank you. Our own cheat sheet of the resources, but they'd be, so when on ground disturbing activities, when I harken back just for a moment, if I could, to 2022, when we, at the beginning of this sort of journey, we surveyed local governments throughout Oregon, and we were pleased to receive about 54 responses, so not a horrible response rate, and very good quantitative and qualitative feedback on what local governments are doing today. A number of local governments said that they really did not know what to do with respect to tribal interests or how to contact tribes, or even what the statutes say about archaeological resources. So we know that and certainly we're not taught it in planning school. I can verify that, even though I went a bit ago. I don't think there's still Commission from Oregon firms are still not learning about it in planning school. So one of the things that we are asking local governments to do, which is whenever a applicant comes in for a ground disturbing activity, they would just provide a sheet of paper that provides what to do if there's an inadvertent discovery of archaeological remains. This could be ancestors, so we're talking about human remains and or other cultural resources. And we want to just let folks know what to do and who to call. So that is not calling DLCD. we are not the party. They would call state police, they would call Sergeant Tagg, and then they would call, the next on the line is the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, their physical anthropologist, and so on. So we just want to help local government share with property owners and applicants if there's an inadvertent discovery, what to do. So we would provide that sheet of paper to local governments to just provide to applicants and for ground disturbing activities. That is one. Another one is sort of guidance on how to process comments associated with a quasi-judicial proceeding. So specifically how to notify tribes. Thank you. The Legislative Commission on Indian Services will keep the list for every local government in Oregon on which tribes to comment. And this is an email notification, so it'd be the same notice you would provide neighboring property owners. So we would provide that template for local government to adopt into its procedures. Important to note, we are recommending setting this timeline off a year to allow local governments to update their procedures. I think that's in your staff report. So that would be, I think we're recommending January 1st, 2027 actually. So the entirety of 2026 would allow us to provide materials to local governments and for them to update their procedures. So information on inadvertent discovery, model language for those notice procedures, and we would do webinars again and open houses throughout the year. Guidance, written guidance for local governments and tribal coordination, on tribal coordination. And then the local government task would be to modify their application forms with this information and to prepare for the meeting notice requirement, integrating the recommendation into their permit processes and receiving applications to recognize a culturally specific landscape feature. So quite a bit of work in this fall, in the first quarter of next year, so that we can provide that information for local government to update their procedures as well. I will say Coos County Planning Director Jill Rolfe has been with us at our webinars. They've been implementing these and more procedures since 1986. Their turnaround time is 3 days, so within 3 days they notify the tribes of receiving not just ground disturbing activities but even all ministerial actions. So they've broad notice requirements very quickly. So she's trying to help us spread the word that it is doable. We have heard kind of informal concern that's 7 days. Our timeline right now is to notify, for local governments to send that notice to tribes within 7 days, so that even in the application period before a completeness review, that the tribes would be able to participate and help with any avoidance strategies needed to avoid appeal and further delay. So it's a coordination and a communication function. And that has been going on in Coos County for some decades now. Yeah, anything to add? Amanda, please.
I just, Deputy Director Green mentioned appeals in the Coos County context where it can happen because of requirements that are in their code. I don't see that that happening given our rules, at least with regard to the notice requirements. I wanted to add one other point about the the local government task of receiving of integrating recommendations for avoidance or minimization of impacts into a permit. And Chair Halova, when you asked before about other things that have risen to the top in the comments we've received, I think we've seen three comments that are concerned about how low resource staff would make that conversion of recommendations that are or that comments that come in from a notice and turn that into specific recommendations on a permit. And so that would be a place that we might be able to help with guidance with assistance from the State Historic Preservation Office and with tribes for how the local governments would be able to make that transition from comments they receive from a tribe to recommendations on a application.
Thank you, Chair Halova. And I would say if any city or county would like to just meet one-on-one with us on these rules to help prepare their comment, we're absolutely available to do that. This is, if I were sitting with local government, I would want to walk through myself, so we're absolutely available. We have the webinars and open houses, but also available one-on-one. Thank you, Chair Halova. Thanks.
Thank you. I felt like that information was super helpful. Commissioner Warren.
Speaking of that, could you walk us through what this looks like for a city conducting a new Goal 5 inventory? Please.
Thank you. I was not aware of any. Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and Commissioner Warren. I was not aware of any cities doing a new Goal 5 inventory, but that this is a perfect time if they are doing one. So I would say first and foremost, contact with all your culturally specific groups, and also the tribes. So the Legislative Commission, their first stop would be, obviously we can help, but Dr. Bullion with the Legislative Commission on Indian Services would let any local government know which tribes have opted in to be notified. I will say that not all tribes want all this information, so it varies around the state. Tribes also have varying levels of capacity. So first stop would be LCIS, which tribes should be engaged. Tribes have very limited capacity as well and are taking care of the people in their nation with other priorities as well. So they may or may not be able to engage. It would be processed like any other comprehensive plan amendment. So a new inventory would be processed locally through planning commission, city planning commission and city council or county commission adoption, and also notice to the department 35 days of post-acknowledgement plan amendment. We would look to review and comment if we had any comments or suggestion, but it would be processed as a normal post-acknowledgement plan amendment. I hope I got at your questions. We do have experts on those processes, so right and left.
I think so. I think that's helpful. So when they're doing a new Goal 5, say they're updating their inventory, they're going to expand their urban growth boundary and they need to update that inventory. Are cities then required to identify anything through that process, or is it only through like the notification process and receiving something back that then they need to consider adding that to Goal 5?
That's right, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and Commissioner Warren, that is right. So it'd be upon the receipt of the information. There's no requirement in these rules to do new inventories. Simply, that is well beyond anyone's resources to require. It would be lovely. I'm sure there are several cities and counties around the state that would love to update their Goal 5 inventories probably for this and other matters, but resources are scarce, and I would put in another plug through October 10th, I believe, to apply for a technical assistance grant if anyone's looking to update inventories. But thank you. It would be upon receipt of information from, if we're talking about tribes, from a tribe or other culturally specific organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I just want to add, we're talking there specifically for an urban growth boundary amendment. So the information would have to be in the record of the amendment to force the city to then bring that site, the landscape feature site, through the Goal 5 process.
Nice. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you. When you said, Chair, the issue of will, I thought, oh yes, when we did our deliberations, we thought about goodwill and bad will. So we assumed goodwill all around on the part of all parties. But we took into account a couple of different kinds of bad will that I'll just mention for the record. Bad will for me included looters, people who would deliberately invade and despoil these areas. And also, there are some people that I would say want to make mischief for their neighbors. So we look to put reasonable sideboards on who could intervene, because people do get crosswise with one another, and we didn't want to provide access for bad neighbor-to-neighbor relationships. Is that a fair way to say what we did? Okay.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioner Thompson, thank you. I think that's very accurate over the 2 years. Thank you.
Nice. And thank you, Commissioner Thompson, for serving on the RAC.
It was fun. It's some good fun.
Nice. So if no commissioners have any more questions, Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Halova. We do understand that Chair Ray and Council members Elworth and Lang are on their way to provide some testimony. If we can take a break or take up
Yeah,
other
so I was
matters,
thinking
thank
about
you.
taking maybe a 15-minute break to 10:30, and then my hope is that they will be here at that time, and then we'll resume. So yeah, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and resume back at 10:30.
Thank you.
Nice. Welcome back to the September meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We are going to move on to agenda item number 4. We believe that Chair Ray from the Klamath Tribal Council is going to be here probably at 11. So we'll probably finish this item and then introduce him. And we have to quiet down. Sorry. Deputy. Yeah, we got to quiet down. Okay, agenda item number 4 is farm stand briefing. And we have Gordon Howard here with us. And please introduce your team.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commission. Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. We're here to give you a briefing on the current status of the farm stands rulemaking, and I'm going to turn it over now to Hillary Foote, our farm forest specialist, to give us that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gordon. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners. So I am Hillary Foote, and I am the Farm and Forest Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And as Gordon mentioned this morning, we're going to be providing a very brief update on our farm stands rulemaking. And I do believe that there was a little bit of an error in one of the agenda versions, so I want to clarify that this morning this is just an update, and we are not seeking feedback from the Commission on this item at this time. All right. So this past legislative session, the 2025 legislative session, there were a number of bills related to uses that are allowable in exclusive farm use zones. So a number of those were related to topics of tourism and hospitality on farmland. So in response, the legislature convened a legislative work group to discuss those bills. And that work group met several times throughout February and March of this year. So when that group did not reach consensus on the variety of topics that were under consideration, and none of those bills did end up moving forward in session, the governor's office and a number of legislators asked the Department of Land Conservation and Development to undertake a rulemaking to address one of the topics, one of the bills that had been discussed by that working group. And that was on the topic of farm stands. So I'm going to take just a quick moment and talk about what farm stands are. So farm stands are a very specific use. So land that has been protected under exclusive farm use zoning is limited to farm use and those uses that are established by the legislature. So there's a list in statute of non-farm, non-forest uses that can be permitted or developed on farmland. And a farm business is one of those uses. So it is very specifically defined in statute as a structure that is designed and used for the sale of farm crops and livestock grown on that farm operation or on that farm operation and the local agricultural area, which is essentially the state of Oregon. So the purpose of a farm stand really is the retail sale of farm products, right? So this request, one other thing that's really important to understand about farm stands is that they are what is called by rural planners a sub-1 use. So a sub-1 use is a use that is considered to always be compatible in an agricultural environment, right? It's assumed that that's not going to have conflicts with farming operations in the surrounding area. And so a sub-1 use like a farm stand, it does not require public notice when it goes through its permitting process, and it doesn't have to demonstrate that it's compatible with farming operations in the surrounding area. So that's an important thing to understand about it. It's assumed that the standards described in statute are going to achieve that goal. So this request for rulemaking was very narrowly focused on farm stands and farm businesses, and it was not focused on agritourism or other types of hospitality businesses. So in response to that request from the governor's office and the legislature, back in March, our commission initiated a rulemaking, again, very specifically focused on the farm stand topic and on 5 issues related to farm stands. I'd also like to remind folks that LCDC's rules clarify and interpret statutory provisions, but they cannot reword statute. We cannot adopt rules that are contrary to statutory direction. And that's an issue that actually came up several times during this rulemaking conversation. So I wanted to highlight that as well. So the charge for this rulemaking, again, was focused on these 5 topics. So the primary use of a farm stand, the types of activities that can be considered to promote products that are being sold at that farm stand, where those types of promotional activities can occur. Currently, statute says that you cannot have those activities inside a farm stand structure. How prepared food that's sold at a farm stand relates to that farm operation or the farm products that are being sold at that farm stand. And lastly, how farm stands impact the agricultural environment and the surrounding area. So that was our charge. So after LCDC initiated this rulemaking in March, we issued a public rulemaking advisory committee, or RAC, solicitation. We worked with the governor's office to appoint members to that committee. And then between May and July, we convened that advisory committee 5 occasions to discuss the 5 topics that are outlined in our charge. So this effort was supported by a professional facilitator. The agency engaged Donna Silverberg very specifically to support this project. And these meetings, thank you, were conducted over Zoom. And there was a new element to our advisory committee meetings for this process, where we actually opened up our advisory committee meetings about halfway through to allow public comment from members of the public to the advisory committee. So after our 3rd RAC meeting, and again, also during this process, we were collecting written comments from both the RAC and the public as well. So after considering those written comments, our discussions with the advisory committee, the public comment and input that we received during those meetings, after our 3rd meeting, staff put together a list of topics that could be addressed in rule language. And that was published for discussion with our advisory committee, including some language proposals. That was published for discussion for our 4th advisory committee meeting, which was in July. And I want to be very clear that the language that was published at that point in time was sort of an initial draft, again, for discussion with our advisory committee. Following that July 18th meeting, our agency received an overwhelming volume of public comment, written, phone calls, and media inquiries, which were far beyond our internal resource capacity to address in a considerate and efficient manner. So in response, the governor's office asked us to pause that rulemaking and assess our next steps with this topic. And that's really where we are right now. So we are currently working very closely with the governor's office and with the Department of Agriculture to identify a path forward that is consistent with our internal resource capability, as well as our commitment to a transparent public engagement process. All right. Next slide. So all of the information about this rulemaking is posted on our rulemaking webpage. The link to that is shown in this blue box in the top left corner here, and there you will find video recordings of our advisory committee meetings, the meeting minutes, all of the materials that were provided to the advisory committee, and links to some of the public comments that we received up until July. And we will be updating the commission as well as the general public as soon as we have come to an agreement on the path forward on this particular topic. So stay tuned, more to come. And that's all we really have for this morning. And Gordon and I are more than happy to answer any questions.
Nice, thank you, Gordon and Hillary. So the intent, we're not taking public comment because this item is currently on a pause. And we're not trying to seek feedback on the contents of this process, but if any commissioners had anything they wanted to say or questions about this briefing, we're open. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received a few letters, and I have a standard response to letters that I receive as public comment, which is thank you for writing. I will consider what you've said when we deliberate. And if it was a particularly nice letter, I said, thank you very much for writing. But, you know, I do appreciate that people take the time and energy to write, and I want them to know that I have read them, because I did read every letter. But I'm not taking any position or anything like that. I'm just accepting and thinking about things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Any other comments? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your work on this, Hillary. And it's shocking to hear the words "not considerate and efficient" coming from you. So that's I'm sorry that you all got put in that position. I think it was really helpful for you today to go through the definition and concept for farm stand. And I just wanted to say that was helpful and really helped clarify for me even more what this was about. And so I think continuing to put that framework out there, kind of exactly what we're talking about, is really helpful in this conversation. And I clicked over to the rulemaking page, and while it kind of says that on here, it says it through the rule language. So it's to me, it's less digestible than the way that you just said it. And so I'll just put that out there. So thanks for that work.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners. That is often the case with regulatory language. And I feel like one of the big challenges of my job is to try to communicate what that regulatory structure actually means.
Yeah. Commissioner Porter. Oh, you're mute.
Thank you. Here, I'm talking to myself over here. Thank you so much, Chair. And I want to tack on to Commissioner Lazo's comments and Hillary, that it was very, very helpful for you to kind of go over that the purpose and the scope of what you guys were looking at. And you did a wonderful job on that update. And I know you guys were just totally inundated and overwhelmed with feedback coming in. And my heart goes out to you, and good luck. If there's anything we can do to help, don't hesitate to holler.
Thank you. So I wanted to thank Commissioner Boyer for her work on this RAC. So I wanted to start with that. As the chair of the commission and as a commission member, I have since I've been on this commission had concern about making sure that we're clear and effective and that misinformation is not being promulgated. And one of the steps that we've taken toward that in more recent years is to do a one-pager after rulemaking, because a lot of times there is misinformation, and then people have they think that thing had passed, the misinformation they had. And so basically with the department, we've been doing these one-pagers that's like, okay, whatever you thought might have been happening during this is what actually happened at the end, so that people are very aware of that. I think this is the first time, I've been on the commission seven and going on 8 years, that it was partway through a process where we know rules change dramatically during a process, and whatever is partway through is not necessarily what ends up at the end. So this was a little different, I would say, and I had concern because I'm big on social media. And so I had concerns during that process about some of this is not isn't correct, and just making sure everybody had the correct information. But before it got to that point, we put a pause, and rightfully so. So I think internally in the department, we're always thinking about how to improve to make sure that folks have the correct information, but also know that when you're 1/3 through the process, halfway through the process, that's not necessarily what's going to happen in the end. And we really encourage and want public feedback on what we're doing. But for people to understand where we are on the timeline, I think is very important, because it's like if you were like right before it was going to pass, that's different than if you're when the first draft is written. So as we go forward, we're definitely doing those one-pagers at the end, but it would be really great, and we've been talking internally about like how do we ensure that the public has the right information, because it takes a lot of energy and time for people to go after information that's not necessarily right, and that's not good for them, it's not good for us. And we do, if somebody doesn't like something we're doing, it is important for the public to hone in on that, but that might not be the case, right, depending on what people are saying out there. So I thought it was important to get this briefing so we could all kind of level set, because each of us is at a different level when it comes to like being on social media and also where we're at on this. So I thought this was a good briefing just to be like, this is where we're at, and then to think about how we'll be more proactive, I guess is the best way to say, in thinking about communications to make sure everybody has the right information. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I think, a commission. Before this begins a new discussion, as a commission, it would be helpful if we provided some input and some guidance, because as a basis of talking within both the farm organizations and the agricultural organizations and my Eastern Oregon counterparts, there's a lot of thoughts that really I think that we should consider and put forward so that the RAC and the department is cognizant of them, so that, you know, as we get down the path, maybe we could have a higher probability of success. So before the department engages on a lot of work, I think the commission should have a discussion on that. I guess that's simply. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and I think what I was separating was there's the issues, right, which are robust, and there's RACs, and there's commission, right, and then the information. Sure. Right, so I was really not speaking to the issues, I was speaking to the information, and I think that's what was helpful about what Vice Chair said. It's like you defined what the farm stand thing was. I definitely heard completely different other things out there that was not what this thing was, and I'm more concerned with that. Secondary, there's the issues, and right, and they should be discussed and robust and all those kind of things that we want them to be, like in any of our rulemaking. But we all have to be starting from the same facts, right, that are going there, and how do we ensure that when it comes to the general public. So I don't know if there's no Vice Chair Lazo.
While you're talking, thank you, Chair. One thing that I envision, and I don't know if it's possible, because I think where there appears to be some confusion, and maybe it's because it's confusing, is that, we have, maybe there's a matrix that's 2 columns, right? Farm stands and then agritourism, because agritourism seemed like the thing that was being conflated here. And so, when you said your definition, it's like, oh yeah, that's a farm stand. I can envision what a farm stand is. So I don't know for sure whether it is confusing. Is a pumpkin patch a farm stand? If I sell pumpkins in front of my farm, that's probably a farm stand. If I allow people to come onto my farm and pick their own pumpkins, is that a farm stand, or is that agritourism? I don't know. Events, is farm to table a farm stand, a farm to table dinner, right? Because if I serve all my own products there, it's kind of like a farm stand. So I don't know if there's a gateway, like, is it an event is not a farm stand ever, or is it the products that make it a farm stand? So I don't know if that's possible, because maybe it is confusing, and maybe it varies.
And I was gonna say, maybe it's I don't want to get to the substance of it, but I guess I'm thinking, what is the diagram? What is the tool to which to convey? And it might be in the graphic sense more than the words sense. I think we just saw on the cultural rulemaking.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, the flow chart that's like, we're talking about this lane versus that lane, you know, and it's almost like you could put an X, not talking about this lane. So we don't have to talk about the substance, but if you have anything about the feedback on communication, we're open.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, commissioners. And so, yeah, the whole topic of agritourism can be very confusing because there's no state definition for what that is. And there are a variety of permitting pathways for different types of uses that can fall into a common perception of what that is. And actually in the last Farm and Forest report that we reviewed in January, there is a table in that report that describes a number of those different statutorily authorized uses and whether or not they require a farm impacts test or not. So some of them, there's certain aspects of the definition of farm use that are simply allowed in farm zones, like you-pick operations that don't require a permit. There are those sub-1 uses, which don't require public notice, that don't require an impacts test, like farm stands. And then there's the more robust uses, like home occupation businesses that are hospitality-oriented, bed and breakfast, that do require that farm impacts test. So there's a table like that, and we recognize that effort and thought and energy needs to be put into communicating ideas around the Farm and Forest program. And we are committed to working very carefully with our communications team over the next several months, whatever the path forward is on this topic, to try to improve the general understanding of what this is, what we're talking about, and how these variety of different uses, whether it's events or pumpkin patches or u-picks, can be permitted on farm stands, because there's a bunch of different ways that they might be permitted.
Yeah, when we talking about the one pager after the rulemaking, I feel like this is an area where we're going to need the one pager before what this is and what this isn't, and then here's a diagram, and this is what we're talking about, not these things, or whatever the case may be. So I think with that, I'm going to wrap up this item. Commissioner Thompson.
I just want to support what you're saying, but also include the step that my colleague from 20 counties in Oregon said, could we help listen so that when we go out, we're well prepared and informed and everybody's on the same page, just to support that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Agreed. Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Thompson on Commissioner Bennett. Agreed.
Then you have sourdough bread at the farm stand.
Yeah.
Really, I had so many.
Okay, so we're going to move on. Thank you for this briefing and all the work that you're doing. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
And so we are going to open up the floor to Chair Ray. I'm going to make sure, from Klamath Tribal Council. Yeah, so we're going to go back to our, what am I blanking out on here? Agenda item number 3, and we're in the process of transitioning, so bear with us. So we're going to go back to agenda item number 3, which is the cultural area rulemaking, and we have with us Chair Ray from the Klamath Tribal Council that we were able to meet with and consult with yesterday. We're excited that you're here, and we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And Waklisi means how are you in Klamath. And to give you a little, just a backdrop here, the area that this place that we call Renimai used to be an ancient village site for the Klamath. And our villages included subterranean homes that we, in the professional world, called them earth lodges. And as a part of a winter village area, it included all the things from shell middens to lithic scatters of obsidian to rock stack cairns, rock stack features, which are religious sites, all the way up to petrographs and cremation areas, because we cremated our people before the Treaty of 1864. And so when Councilmember Lang, and I'll have him introduce himself here in a minute, I just wanted to give you a little backdrop. Whenever we come up here, both him and I, it's tough because some of our people are here. And we realize about the development and so forth, and the need from the Klamath tribes is about balance. How do we find the balance with all the development and all the things that we need as humans and our resource, the earth resources? So that's a critical question in our mind, and how we can be a part of that. I'll allow Councilmember Ellsworth Lang to introduce himself and say a few words, please.
Thank you, Chair Ray. Waklisat Gawasasas Ellsworth Lang. I spoke with some of the folks yesterday when we were in our council meeting about the importance of the running way, and the chair also alluded to that. You know, it's about the place, and this property here is gorgeous, but it used to hold a lot more to it. There's wild plums here. Wokus along the Caledonia Marsh grew in large abundance, and I worked here for about 15 years, and I was lucky enough to accompany the Klamath tribes walking this land, and there's documented, and I shared yesterday, over 3,000 rock stack features and prayer spaces, cairns out here, and several house pits that were defined, and the things that I was sharing was, you know, the Klamath tribal people walked the lands, and there isn't an area in the 20 million acres that we inhibited that weren't touched by the Klamath tribes. And I was also sharing with Kirsten, our indigenous first foods are in apparel. In fact, we've lost a lot of those, and I was able to boast. My daughter's actually in University of Wisconsin-Madison for agroecology, indigenous first foods. So very proud of that, but the outcome when she comes home to reestablish a bunch of our first foods that are not doing well. They're not harvestable, some of them. Wokus, we can't pick wokus every single year because it burns up because of the low water years. And so when we get our language and our first foods back, you know, our people will start to heal a little bit more, and losing our chwam and our koptu, a couple species of fish that we no longer can harvest. And we did get a text this morning on where the salmon are in the Klamath River, so we're hopeful for that. And the last two dams are a pretty, it's a dam issue. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. And thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair.
So the issues, as I mentioned yesterday, and I appreciate some of the commissioners and the Director Bateman coming to our tribal council meeting and speaking with open ears about the issues that many tribes are facing, along with the Klamath tribes. And of course, you already have some big topics surrounding cultural resources and their uses and how important they are. I think some of the issues around the cultural resource issues is it's a kind of like would be a common sense thing, but it hasn't gotten there yet, about contacting the tribes that are affected. And for here, our area is, we inhabited, as Councilmember Lang indicated, 24 million acres, and we ceded away 22 million acres to hold on to 2.2 million acres in what we call the peak-to-peak Treaty of 1864, which was never honored. And it started to erode from that point on. And just to give you an idea what the peak-to-peak is, the peak-to-peak tree goes all the way over to the Aspen Point over here, all the way up to the High Cascades, all the way up through Crater Lake, all the way up to the headwaters of the Little Deschutes River, and then back down across the Summer over to Winter Rim and then back down. The point that I make on this is that things have changed immensely since the 1864 treaty for us. And what had happened through a lot of different federal things, like the Dawes Allotment Act, that road that goes across the Klamath Marsh to Silver Lake, that was never there during the reservation. Follow me? And that was taken without really granting. We had to fight in court for some of this stuff. So the land, when the unfortunate federal legislation during the 1950s, the federal government wanted to get out of the Indian business, and they called it termination. And unfortunately, we were the largest landowning tribe that went through termination in 1954 with the Klamath Termination Act. That 866,000 acres out of 2.2 million that we had left was legislated away. It set in motion many things because the Indian ownership was no longer there, and that knowledge of how to be caretakers of the land was lost. So what we have now is, I'll give you some more dates here. 1909, when the dams were built, was the last time that the Najamas fish came up to our area. That represented a third of our diet. The other third of our diet was our freshwater twam, cockatoo, Ian. These are all species that are only located here, nowhere else, endemic. We as a tribe knew that there was trouble with our fisheries, and we had to, in a general council meeting, which was very emotional, I can remember it like it was yesterday, 1986 is when we stopped fishing these species of mullet. And when we was growing up, these fish were in the millions. So we're not talking about 100 years ago. We're talking within decades. And that other third of the diet represented, with the loss in the salmon, half of our diet was gone. Those species of mullet, and they call them suckers, but I don't like to refer to them like that. My old people never did. It also represented not a form of subsistence, but it was medicinal healing. We healed ourselves with boiling the fish heads, and we knew certain spots to go to fish these fish in the deepest pools in the coldest areas in our country to heal us. I have young people right now come to the chairman, how come we can't fish our mullet? I have old people right now that are 94 years old asking the chairman, can I get some of our mullet to heal me? Hard to say no to something that you grew up with for centuries. The other piece of this that's important about this, and I really appreciate the opportunity we do as the Klamath Tribes, the opportunity to give testimony to this commission, because there's a lot of things being reflected in my mind right now, our minds, because things have changed so drastically for us. the important piece of this whole watershed, because that's how we're looking at it, as a watershed. The Klamath River is named after the Klamath. And the headwaters of all these waters happen in our former peak-to-peak treaty ground for all this. And if we don't look at it as a watershed, we're not going to help make, and here again, like you heard from me yesterday, restoration is our biggest objective. And that is to produce, as a part of the restoration, which is wetlands, and I like to speak a little bit on the wetlands thing about the rulemaking, is wetlands help make better water, clean itself. And without the wetlands, that doesn't serve to produce cold, clean, drinkable water. And as Councilmember Lang mentioned, we can't, besides the lake levels being so erratic for us to keep our wokus and these plants, we gathered all of them. They all had a purpose, and we ate them. The wokus, when we have these years where the algae blooms happen, where you can't swim or drink the water, also affects those foods that we rely on. And one of those is the wokus. And the wokus is a water lily. Okay, that's what wokus is. That's the Indian name, the Klamath name for water lily. This was an important fiber diet, if you think about it, because all this is fiber and protein. And of course, that's what all of us are seeing in our diets. What are we eating that's going to keep us healthy, right? So when you take away, what are we going to rely on for our culture that's been here archaeologically for over 18,000 years? In the archaeological record, our record is time immemorial. But what happens, and I'm getting to this rest of the story here, when you take away half the diet and protein, and then you take away these plants, and as when you have development, because all these plants that we have here are all drought resistant. The wild plums, the Klamath plum, because that's really endemic to right here also. Jewishkosh, the chokecherries, the serviceberry, and then all the medicinal plants like sage, rose hips. All these things don't require water because they're drought resistant. And here's where the balance we have to find a balance. Because when we have these partitioning of land, subdivisions, the first thing that people do is clear out the drought resistant species and then go to more water dependent species. And that, of course, hurts the groundwater, which we believe as a First Nation are all interconnected with the surface water. There's all these connections with the water. And of course, we all know that I think it's less than 9% of the Earth's resources are fresh water. Sure, we got a lot of water, but it's salt water, right? And there's only one species that can go from freshwater, salt water, back to freshwater. And that's what we're fighting for right now at the Keno Dam, because they can't get up it. And we haven't had that since 1909. So people have asked us to be more patient. We've been patient since 1909. And those are treaty protected resources, and we want them back. So our general council that's made up of 18 years and older passed the reintroduction for the Anadromous fish to the upper basin. And we're going to keep pushing hard on all the agencies. The reason I bring this up to this commission is that it's imperative that the state agencies work collectively together. So like when you have a rulemaking on wetlands, wetlands have to have water. And if all the state agencies working with the land conservation development aren't working together, like the Oregon Water Resources Department, Oregon Fish and Wildlife Department, Oregon Department of Forestry, all these things have to be in sync to make sense to all of us citizens that are abiding by it. And for us as a First Nation, of course, we're always trying to address federal, state, and local issues all at once. But we can't separate their not being connected, okay? And that's really the big message here, is trying to bring all that together. The other issue about wetlands and how this affects our cultural sites is huge, because there isn't one place that our people were not here. We have, I don't know, and I've been to many of these sacred sites, what we call these rock stack features out. These are all religious sites. They're places of prayer. They'd be no different than a church. And we protect them with the vigorously. And the land use laws, I have a little bit of trouble trying to find the way through when we have a conflict with, say, a green energy project. And we have that going on right now with the Swan Lake storage pump hydroelectric project right down the road here. And we're trying to figure out our way through that, through the federal, state, and local, on how to protect those areas that our ancestors left, and without being steamrolled by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And that's a hard agency to work with for tribes. It's pretty rigid, is the best way I know how to say it. So if we could find some form of how to work around that with us, even though we've offered several other alternatives that wasn't acceptable, but except to go through our religious sites, it's tough to have any trust in it, in the system, after being legislated away 2.2 million acres. That was guaranteed after we gave up 22 million acres. Follow me? The Indian tribe in the Klamath, Modoc, and Yahuskin and Paiute don't forget about our history. We know our history, we know where we came from, and we know who we are. And I hope that would be a big consideration when you're working with the Klamath tribes and the other 8 federally recognized tribes in the state of Oregon, because we're also very different also, but with similar issues. And it's important to work on a government-to-government basis, because we see the world a little differently in the United States. We see the world that we recognize the United States before it was united. Follow me? When we recognized when we were sovereign first. That's why we talk about our sovereignty and how important that is to the Klamath tribes. Being a sovereign nation means that we want to be treated as such. We don't want to be told what we can and cannot do anymore. We've given all we can give, which was our land. And we figured that 22 million acres was a pretty good clip to live on, but it wasn't. So when termination hit on 1954, and we had that legislated away, and our people, our folks, our grandparents, my folks were young when they had to make this decision. They were only 17 or 18 years old, so heck, I didn't have much direction, even though my folks gave it to me because I was thinking about other stuff, thinking about legislating our lands away, really? The point I make with this is that it's important because we're still grieving that loss. Because in 1961, that got turned over to the U.S. Forest Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and then a lot of the lands that we once enjoyed, our waterways, were all turned to private, which is where the issues are for us. Because we don't own the land, it's not as easy to create wetlands. Because it has to be willing landowners now. Whereas if we had it back, if we had the land like we was guaranteed under the 1864 treaty, we wouldn't have to worry about it, right? Now we have to. And the reason that this is so important in this rulemaking is that we have to be able to not only have the water to restore the wetlands that we reclaimed, because we figured it was over 300,000 acres of wetlands that were reclaimed here in the basin. And that reclaiming of that wetlands has caused some of the water degradation in how we see the world. And both Member Lang and I, we live right along Agency Lake all of our lives. We see major, drastic changes. And I'm in my mid-60s. My mom and dad, who are still alive, are 88. They know exactly what the lake used to be like before. And we're talking about the reservation days, where the things were plentiful, where we didn't have to have any extinction in our fisheries, where our mule deer was, you had to stop your rig to let 200, 300 head, and you was counting the shooter bucks in my world. Now they're at a 5-decade low. So here's the question that we're asking ourselves, and tribal members are asking the chairman and the tribal council, what are we going to rely on for our food to practice our ancient culture? Don't have fish. And now we have the trout that are in peril, that are being infringed upon by the outfitters and guides that's issued by the state. And this is in real time. This happened. Confrontation on our river with our fishermen. End of July, August, still no resolution from the state of Oregon. So we have to give. We figured that the 22 million acres meant that our taxes were paid in full. And we were guaranteed services, but now those are being cut. So where does it stop? So when we talk about these land and the resources, it weighs heavy on us. Because the United States government, when they gave the ownership over to the USDA Forest Service, Fish Wildlife Service, didn't do us any favors as far as, because they didn't look at resource management or any objectives only from the production of timber economics. They didn't look at how it was going to affect the tribe's property right, those treaty rights. And here again, the tribe never did grant any permission to infringe on those treaty rights. And that's what we're pushing back on. So when we see things that are happening to our world that continue to happen, no matter how much we're fighting, or having administrative law judges in our water rights adjudication be removed without due process, you begin to wonder. You begin to figure out that we're in it alone. And it bothers us because we have a lot of people coming to the Klamath Tribes asking us to be partners. Can we have a day to go out in the woods and show us what? That our site's been destroyed by a bulldozer? That our mule deer habitat's been wiped out by total mastication? That the fire that happened here that turned into a larger event that didn't need to burn up all of our habitat? We begin to wonder. Just no different than infringing on the little bit of right that we have on our water right now to fish. Now it's been infringed upon on outfitters and guides. And here's the ultimate thing on that. Member Lang took pictures of, how many people know about mare's eggs? Do you know that those places, this, what do you call that species? Are they like a lamprey?
It's a very, drawing a blank, super clear, clean algae is what it is.
But there's only certain places in the world that these grow. And you know that two of the areas are right here. One at Mare's Egg Springs and at Spring Creek. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Member Lane for a minute because this was what was disturbing the outfitters and guides. But before I do that, the reason I'm kind of going around here is that all these things that we have relied on for centuries pecks away at the viability of the Klamath, Modoc, and Yahuskan culture. And we demand that we have a right to be here. We don't want to be wiped out. That's why we entered into a treaty. But yet we're being pushed. And believe me, if the TWAM and COP2, we have 3 years, is what our biologists and our traditional ecological knowledge people know. The relatives that we call fishermen, that's only a handful left that have fished these fish, we have 3 years. Save them. Who's in it with us? We don't know that now. We don't know that. That's why we passed our own recovery plan for our TWAM and COP2. Because Western science hasn't done anything. So we're going to go back to our own traditional knowledge and provide that leadership. And if you don't think for a moment that both Member Lang and I and others in the Klamath Tribes aren't scared, you're darn right we are. And here again, we're not. And I don't want to try to threaten people, but what are we supposed to do, right, as a tribe, and not to fight for our ancient world? So it's important that this commission here thinks about that from the indigenous perspective. And I'll give you a comment. So when we met with, and the reason I'm bringing this part of it, it's important for a relationship on how we go forward here. Because we're going to fight for everything that our ancestors guaranteed us in the Treaty of 1864. And that we've had here for thousands of years. So the Bureau of Reclamation came to the Klamath Tribes on August 27th to inform us that they were going to release an additional 38,000 acre feet of water to the project. And of course, on September 10th, we had our response, which we gave to him verbally, that we were opposed to that. The issue was the Vice Chairman, Marvin Garcia, because the area manager kept talking about what was in the best interest and the good for the irrigation community. And he asked, well, you've evaluated what's good for them, but what about the rights of the Klamath tribes? And here was the answer. We assessed those risks, and we assessed those impacts, and it was a good risk to give the additional water up. So we got in a debate over that because we said, well, how is that a complete sovereign to sovereign discussion? So that's where it was left. And so we are still opposing all that because it's like, here again, how is that protecting our property right that we have towards those resources that we rely on, and to the endangered species of Tuam and Koptu that went on the endangered species list in 1988, 2 years after we made the decision as a tribe. So when you decide on some of the rulemaking, I hope you'll take into account the indigenous, the tribes, because it's an important element here. Because we believe in the Klamath tribes that our current generation and the generation coming up are going to have to make some tough decisions on our resources. And one of the most precious resources is sacred lifeblood, the ambo, the water. And we have to be a lot smarter, and that's why our resource goal of working with everyone is restoration work, wetlands restoration, and restoration of the watershed to produce cold, clean water. And I'll go circle back to these mare's eggs for a minute and the outfitters and guides. And I'll allow Member Lang to talk about what he saw that day, which was real disturbing to us, because these mare's eggs are real kind of a sacred creature in their own right, because they're not everywhere, follow me, in the world. And what he had saw during the same time of the outfitters and guides having confrontations with our fishermen on our waterways when we were fishing. And here was a dastardly deed on this, is that they would come to see where we were catching, that we had learned from because our culture is transferred verbally, it's not in writing, we don't learn in a book. So we learn it from the elders that showed us where these places that you go. And guess what they did? They came upon us with their boats. While we're out we don't use boats most of the time to go out there. And of course, restraint was hard. So the infringement was a whole nother issue that we're trying to deal with in a government-to-government way, but we got to have a willing partner to meet us halfway. And we haven't yet. So we're looking to the governor to help with this. And no different than moving administrative law judges around without any kind of due process to the Klamath tribes. So we don't know what rule of law we're following here in the court system. That makes it difficult to fight, right? So we're worried about our water right, since we hold the senior water right here. We don't want to go through another termination. So I hope everyone can understand when we make these tough comments, that's not we versus them. We're just standing up for ourselves, that like our ancestors showed us. And it weighs heavy on us. And here again, with all this that has happened to the Klamath tribes, we haven't got over the grieving of all this loss. Okay? And we still haven't got our salmon past those impediments. All the lower river tribes, they got fish. We don't have any fish. And now the prospects of our Tuam and Koptu going extinct is daunting. Weighs heavy on all of us every single day. Because there are generations of Klamaths, Modocs, and Yuskin that haven't fished them. And that hurts our culture. And that's really the issue here. What are we going to leave our future generations? What kind of world? And getting back to this water and the wetlands, please, Member Lang, talk about what we observed up there on Spring Creek with our mare's eggs.
Yeah, thank you. So I actually did tour the Spring Creek Collier Park first, and then went to the headwaters. And I actually had a couple state agencies with me 2 different times, and it was unfortunate. We had talked about damage to some of these areas and how we're trying to protect them, be good stewards of that waterway. Spring Creek, of course, is some of the cleanest fresh water that you can get in the area. And as we approached the bank, there was an outfitter, a guide outfitter, that just pulled about 20 kayaks off the water. And we went over to the water where they had dumped out their kayaks, and there was mare's eggs that they had gathered off the bottom of the creek, and orange peels, and they were floating in the water right there. So that's exactly what we had kind of shared before we went to that area to show why we were trying to protect that area. And we went to the headwaters, and I had the new director of Department of Public Lands with me, and there was a gentleman that was there that was actually right at we call it the dancing sands, where the spring actually comes out, and he was smothering it, and he actually was talking to a gal that he had brought with him, and he said that they were putting rocks over the spring, and to see how long it would take for that spring to push the rock actually off of the spring itself. And I explained to him that's actually why we were touring that site, to protect those areas and to help educate. And he just kind of ignored us. He acknowledged, and then he ignored and just kept talking about what they were doing, and they were there the week before. And the reason I bring this up is when we talk about rulemaking and land use, and all the agencies that are supposed to be working together, how do we combat those things? And it's a commission like yourselves, when you think about the outcome of what a new request is, taking all that into consideration. I'm sure you folks do. I'm sure you do that. But working along with all the other agencies to make sure that everything is protected, and we're looking, at 7 to 10 generations down the road, because we've been here since time immemorial, at least 18,000 years. We know that for a fact. So let's all be good stewards. Let's be good ambassadors for the area. Let's help educate. And if we don't, maybe it's not going to be a tomorrow. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know if there were any wrap-up comments.
No, just I really appreciate you listening. And here again, our situation is somewhat dire when it comes to our fisheries. It has been dire for some time. And we're asking all the state agencies, commissions, that we need help. Because we didn't create all this. But we're sure going to try to do our part in leading it and how it used to be. One final comment when I say about 300,000 acre of wetlands being reclaimed. This, when I was young, this barge was out there on the lake, operating 24/7. This barge operated for at least almost 3 decades. And what it was doing, the reason I bring this up, because there were 2 things that happened in 2024. Do you know what they were? Anyone? I see the commissioner back there. So the first one was the largest dam removal in America. And a couple stories. So August 28, 2024, I'm down there with the Lower River Tribes and the Klamath Renewal Corporation that took the dams out with Pacific Corps. We're standing in the foundation of the J.C. Boyle home right above Iron Gates Dam. And of course there was a lot of reflection, and we were watching the excavators, Kiewit, down there removing the final cofferdam. The original wood that they were pulling out was from 1909, 1910. Still looked like just logged it. So I asked the Kiewit supervisor, who's your operators down there? They look like they're pretty good. You know who they were? All women. I found that kind of healing because I was looking from my perspective of healing, because our elders that are women are very important to us in our ways. The August 28th, the final breach happened. October 3rd, 2024, guess what came up the river? The first fall Chinook, an azimuth fish. Now think about that. About 6 weeks. That's why we believe, or I believe, that's the Creator's greatest species. They can go from freshwater to saltwater and then return. And now they're pounding their nose against the Keno Dam, trying to get up here. The other piece of this that's important is that 300,000 acre, we're beginning to put some of that wetlands in, which was the second biggest thing that happened in terms of wetland watershed restoration. Anyone know what that was? It was a 14,000 acre freshwater restoration that came online December 20th, 2024, which was called Agency Barnes, which my family's place, and Member Lang's place, is directly parallel across from it. So we was watching this restoration work go on, and we blessed it on December 20th, 2024. So there's a couple other phases of that, but things are tied up that were guaranteed in the federal funding for those projects, which was a part of the overall project operations of the for the Bureau of Reclamation to operate. The other one was a fish hatchery down south here for the Twam and Coptu, and all that. And the guarantee was for the mitigation measures was that would be at full capacity, 100%. It's only at 20%, and everything has been cut off except for maybe 2 or 3 people tending to those ponds that are raising the juvenile fish of ours to release up here. So there's a lot of predicaments that's not helping at all. that were guaranteed as a part of their arrangements for these things to go forward with. And that's why we oppose the additional acre feet of water, because you haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain, the agreement, as far as mitigation measures. And that's part of the environmental process, environmental assessment, the NEPA process. So here again, there's a lot of things on the ledger for us that are not being honored, besides our Treaty of 1864. So in closing, Sepkecha, Ditch and Bosant, Ditch Whitus, we appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you and look forward to working with you with the main objective of wetland restoration to produce cold, clean, drinkable water for the whole entire Klamath Basin River watershed. And that's what's critical for us right now. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Ray. So yesterday we had a government-to-government consultation with the tribe, and we thought it was important that all of our commissioners here, so only a few of us were there, to be able to hear this, and I would say wisdom, guidance, insight. I would say I like your focus on cold, clean, drinkable water, because how do you get there, right? You don't think in a silo to get there. It takes a lot of parts, and so the idea of a watershed on an end product that is fed in by many different things. Something that we talked about there, which you brought up here, was the ability for state agencies to work together toward these more larger societal goals, I would say. And I've really appreciated your focus on all species. That's one thing I've really appreciated talking to tribes is Western thinking is like the people that care about the fish and the animals are over here, right? And the people that care about this are here, but to think of it in a holistic manner. And then something that you said today that came out bigger today than when we talked yesterday was really the focus on health and the health outcomes, because a lot of times they say the social determinants of health, and you have described that in a completely different and awesome way. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And then the reference to wetlands is really about our policy agenda, because there's an item on there and for our future. And so I just kind of wanted to say one of the things we talked about is, that you mentioned is, are there cooperators? Are there people that will come alongside? And we know that we're in a system that is siloed, just by nature of specialties, let's say. And what can we do as one part of that to bring more wholeness to this conversation? So I'm really grateful for you coming. I think, I don't know if any commissioners want to say anything, or whether we'll break and go to lunch and then have individual conversations. It's up to you if you feel like saying something. But I wanted to kind of recap some of the thoughts that were expressed by commissioners yesterday, and new insights that were brought today. Oh, I was telling the commissioners that I grew up with my mom. My mom hears this. I was a strange kid that grew up with my mom always telling me, water rights are going to be like the issue of the future. And I was like a kid, like, okay, Mom. And she just went on and on about that as I was growing up. So, I think the sharing the knowledge to the younger generation and the keeping that ancestral knowledge alive is super important, obviously for the tribes, but the ability for you to come today and impart that on us is very special. Thank you.
A wise woman, your mom.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. And we're going to return at 1:45 p.m. For our agenda item number 5, which is appeal of director's decision on Metro UGB amendments. We'll close it till 1:45. Thank you.
about ready to.
Yeah, we were talking about, can we take a break in between this, like maybe before the commission questions and discussion? It's just so long. Okay. I think, are we ready? Okay, welcome back to the September 2025 Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. We're welcoming back with item number 5, which is appeal of the director's decision on Metro UGB. And we have with us Gordon Howard, the Community Service Division Manager. And Gordon is going to introduce his team. I just want to kind of say how the agenda item is going to go. So we're going to hear from the team, our team here, for 30 minutes, and then 20 minutes we're going to hear from Metro Regional Government, then 10 minutes from the City of Sherwood, and then we have 60 minutes, which is basically 10 minutes for 6 appellants to give their testimony. Then, because the agenda item's really long, we were thinking we could take a break at that moment before going into 60 minutes of commissioner questions and discussion. Yeah, so the question was whether, from Commissioner Bennett, whether we could have a second break, which would
I don't know, even
potentially.
second break.
Yeah, we just.
Before we, after, say, Sherwood. Madam Chair, after Sherwood ends, maybe take our break there.
Yeah,
Because
we
that's,
could.
after lunch is like a tough pull.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay, so potentially we can take a break after the City of Sherwood before the 6, yes, I see that, before the 6 appellant comments. We can do that. And then see how we feel after that. If we want to take another break, I'm open to that. Usually we have breaks in between these, but it's one item, so we have to pre-plan it. Can you hear us? No. No? In the room is having some issues hearing, so.
Is it online?
We will.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a way to make it louder? In the room? Oh, hi. So I'm talking to see if it's getting louder. Is it getting louder? Everyone, does it feel louder? Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we will start off. Gordon Howard, please introduce your team.
Thank you, Chair Holova and Commission. I'll be introducing the full team, including those of us online, but right now up here are myself, who will be giving the first few slides, and then Laura Kelly, our Metro Regional Representative for the West Metro area and Metro, who will be giving the subsequent slides. That one. Okay, as the chair mentioned, our hearing today, you've just went over all this, so we don't need to do that again. And then our next slide, department review of this process started out. This is the Metro controls the urban growth boundary for the entire Portland metro region, all 20 plus cities and the 3 counties that are in that area. In December 2024, after a long process, Metro completed its urban growth boundary process locally, adopted a proposed revised urban growth boundary. Unlike with cities and counties, Metro doesn't need to have any other local government also co-adopt an urban growth boundary amendment. It's only a Metro decision. They submitted that in December 2024. Within a 21-day objection period, the department received 10 objections to the Metro decision. The department, the director, at that point has the choice of either referring the decision directly to the commission or to making a director's decision. And the director chose to make a director's decision, and that decision has to be decided within 120 days. And so the director issued her decision in April 2025 approving the Metro urban growth boundary amendment and rejecting the 10 objections. At that point, the process allows within 21 days any of the objectors to file an appeal of the Metro decision, and that appeal would go to the Land Conservation Development Commission, And in May of 2025, the department received 6 appeals of the director's decision. representing 7 of the original appellants. 2 of the appellants did a combined appeal. At that point, the commission, under normal circumstances, has 90 days to hear the item from the director's decision, but because of the complexity of this item, the commission, if you remember at your June meeting, continued this to September, so that's why we're here today. In September, 21 days before today's hearing, the department, actually 23 days, the department issued a staff report on the appeals, just addressing the appeals. The process allows for any of the appellants to then do what's called an exception to the director's report. And the department received 5 exceptions to the staff report. In other words, disagreeing with the director's report and the staff report, which basically upheld or recommended the commission reject the appeals and approve the Metro submittal. So, and that's how we got to this point in September 2025 of having the LCDC appeal hearing on this item. Going in more detail over the review team, in addition to Laura and myself, we had housing issues reviewed by Jenna Hughes of the Housing Division, issues on urbanization reviewed by Kevin Young, our senior urban planner. Transportation issues, there was one appeal on that issue, was looked at by Bill Holmstrom of the our senior transportation planner. Several economic development issues involving commercial and industrial land. Lee McIlvain reviewed those. And we also had the assistance of Mr. Shipsey at several points during the process. The most important person on this process, and I notice her name is in just one name down at the bottom there, Laura Kelly, who sits beside me, has been the leader of the review of this application, has done the lion's share of the work, and I really wanted to do a shout out to her for her excellent work on this whole project and this review. Everyone except Laura and I and Steve obviously are here remotely and are available. They're not part of the presentation. And I forgot to mention, we did have one additional assistant on this, Kelly Reed, the other Metro regional representative, thank you, Laura, who helped us with the issue raised involving the area in Klamath County, the Stafford Basin area, and reviewed and did a very excellent job in that part of the report in analyzing that objection and then appeal. So, the standard of review for this application is set forth in law. And by the way, you are hearing this item because it is a state statute, ORS 197.626 requires the director and on appeal or referral, the commission consider and approve an amendment of the Metro urban growth boundary of more than 100 acres. And since Metro's urban growth boundary is many more acres than that, you have jurisdiction over it. But the standards also set forth in statute for our review of the Metro submittal are, first of all, is there substantial evidence in the record as a whole to support the decision? And by the way, this is explained in more detail on page 4 of your staff report. Second, did the local government follow necessary procedures so that no party was prejudiced in terms of their substantial rights in the proceeding? And on the third point is, does the decision on the whole comply with state statutes, the statewide planning goals, our administrative rules which implement those goals, and Metro's own functional plan and regional framework plan? And a key point here is that the statute does state that the commission is to give deference to the Metro Council's interpretation of its own, the provisions of its own adopted comprehensive plans. In this case, it's regional framework plan and functional plan. You're not required, and the department is not required to give deference to Metro's interpretation of state statutes and rules and planning goals, but in terms of their own comprehensive plans, we are required to give them deference on interpretations of those. Your commission action today, you have basically two plus possibilities. You can approve the submittal and reject the appeals. You can remand the decision to Metro based on one or more of the items that have been provided to you as an appeal. And as a part of that, you can also, as part of a remand, require revisions to the submittal and give specific direction on that. Let's see, where are we here? Okay, just a little bit on the Metro urban growth management requirements. As I said earlier, 24 cities and counties share one urban growth boundary for the Portland urban growth boundary, Portland area Metro urban growth boundary, and Metro is responsible for the initial establishment of that UGB and is now established as is responsible for any amendments to that urban growth boundary, which is what are before you today. Metro is solely responsible. There is no concurrent requirement for approval by any city or county in the Portland metro area. If we can go to the next, are we on the next slide now? Yeah. This slide shows the entire metro urban growth boundary. Note that the area in red, red circle is the city of Sherwood, and that is the area for which Metro is proposing an expansion of its urban growth boundary. This map also shows urban reserves. They are shown in blue on the map, and those are basically the areas that Metro used to choose from to make an urban growth boundary expansion. And then the rural reserves are in green. Metro had a long battle over many years to get to adopted and acknowledged urban reserves, but they are in place, and they are intended to greatly simplify the process by which Metro expands its urban growth boundary by resolving issues that formerly plagued Metro when it expanded its urban growth boundary, when it was proposing to do so on farmland or forest land as opposed to land that is a higher priority in the state's statutes for urban growth boundary expansions. Metro's responsibilities under state law or under our rules in Division 24 are to inventory the buildable lands that are available within the entire metro area, identify housing and employment needs, evaluate the location alternatives, the prioritization as I stated, and then to integrate what are called the Goal 14 factors, which I'll talk about in a minute. The key point, as I stated, the entire Sherwood West area that Metro is proposing their expansion in is within the urban reserve. So therefore, there are no issues regarding state statutes for priority of land to be brought into the urban growth boundary, which takes is often a major impediment or area of controversy around the state for expansion of urban growth boundaries. However, Metro does need to look at these four factors, and these four factors are set forth in Goal 14 for when Metro needed to determine the need, and that's a subject of some controversy that you're going to hear about, is whether Metro adequately identified the need, properly identified a need for additional land for residential and other and industrial development. But then once Metro identifies a need, it needs to look at areas that it's considering for adding to its urban growth boundary based upon these four factors that are set forth in Goal 14. And these four factors Metro needs to look at them all, but it is not bound to a specific result. It can weigh and balance these four factors, and as long as it properly analyzes and looks at and considers those, it can weigh one of these factors more heavily or even much more heavily than any of the others. And as a practical matter, Metro weighed the factor in the upper right, orderly and economic provision of public facilities and services, much more highly than other factors. And Metro will probably tell you in their presentation why they do that based on their history of urban growth boundary expansions, both good and bad, that have often been successful or foundered on the ability to provide public facilities and services to an area. And then finally, as was stated, Metro has the factors within their own codes, their functional plan and their regional framework plan that they must consider when looking at an urban growth boundary expansion. These are provisions Metro has essentially put upon itself to do that, and those are, you can see those here, and Metro will be discussing those as well. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Laura to discuss more details about the decision Metro actually came to.
Thank you, Gordon. And just a quick mic check. Is this, everyone can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you. Oh, go ahead. You can't hear? Okay. Thank you. No problem. Here we go. Closer. Is that any better? Great. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and Commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Laura Kelly, Portland Metro Area Regional Representative. And again, of course, we're here to discuss Metro's 2024 Urban Growth Management Decision, which added approximately 1,291 acres to the urban growth boundary to meet the region's housing and employment needs. The expansion brings in one of the region's 27 urban reserves, known as Sherwood West. That's shown in green on this slide. Using the process Gordon just described, Metro completed a buildable lands inventory. They looked at how much land is available, analyzed their employment and housing needs to determine how much was actually needed, and compared capacity and need to determine whether there's a deficit. Through this analysis, Metro determined that more than 98% of the projected housing need over the planning period could be accommodated within the existing urban growth boundary. And then it also determined that there is an anticipated gap of more than 3,000, slightly more than 3,000 housing units that cannot be accommodated within the current UGB. So a little over 98% within the existing urban growth boundary, but found this need for an additional a little more than 3,000 housing units. It also determined that the region has a shortage of large lot industrial sites for high-tech manufacturing. And because those deficits exist, they considered urban growth boundary expansion into urban reserves. They evaluated urban reserves for readiness, infrastructure, Goal 14, and Metro code factors that Gordon just described. Finally, in adopting its urban growth boundary expansion, it brought in Sherwood West to provide lands that are suitable for accommodating those housing and employment needs. To ensure the urbanization of Sherwood West meets state and regional goals and policies, Metro added conditions of approval, which are binding requirements on the city of Sherwood. The city must either plan for 3,120 units or meet an average minimum density of 9.2 units per net acre for housing. The city must work to institute new strategies, incentives, funding opportunities, and partnerships to encourage the production of affordable housing. The city must zone the employment area to meet Metro's code standards for industrial land, create at least 2 sites of 50 gross acres or more, and protect them from subdivision into smaller parcels. Certain low employment uses like data centers, storage, and warehousing are prohibited as primary uses. The intent is to reserve these sites for advanced manufacturing and traded sector jobs, directly addressing the regional shortage of large developable sites for industrial uses. Additional conditions ensure the expansion is planned and implemented responsibly. There's a number here, I won't go through these, but together these conditions safeguard environmental, cultural, and procedural integrity. In the April 18th decision, the director found Metro Council's decision to expand the urban growth boundary to include Sherwood West met the applicable standards and issued an approval. As Gordon described, 6 parties filed their appeals of this decision. The appeals allege procedural errors and substantive deficiencies. In our September 2nd staff report addressing the appeals, the department affirmed the director's decision, finding that Metro's decision is supported by substantial evidence, including technical analyses, public engagement documentation, and intergovernmental coordination, and that each of the contested issues has been addressed in the record with clear findings and legal justification. We're going to provide a high-level summary of the appeals currently before you, including the primary issues raised and the department's responses. This overview will set the stage for a more detailed examination of the issues, showing how Metro's process aligns with Oregon's land use laws and planning goals. The first appeal issues relate to assertions that the region's capacity within the existing urban growth boundary is underused. The department found the record demonstrates that over 98% of projected housing need is accommodated within the existing urban growth boundary through adopted measures, and that the remaining 2% deficit is a legally sufficient basis for expansion under relevant statute and an administrative rule. Both regional and local measures were evaluated, and the findings show compliance with Goal 14's requirement to consider reasonable measures before expansion. The department found the appellants have not shown that Metro failed to exhaust reasonable measures, and the record supports the expansion decision. The second set of appeal issues centers around claims that Metro overlooked other urban reserves. The record includes a comparative analysis of all 27 urban reserves, consistent with Goal 14 location factors. Metro is entitled to policy discretion in weighing those factors. The appellant's disagreement is not a legal error. Substantial evidence supports the conclusion that Sherwood West best meets locational criteria, including serviceability and integration with existing urban areas. The department found no procedural or substantive violation. The selection of Sherwood West was supported by substantial evidence. The next subject for appeal issues is housing forecast and affordability concerns. The department found Metro's housing needs analysis meets relevant standards. Appellants had not identified a methodological defect. Affordability is addressed through planned density and housing mix, consistent with Goal 10 and Metro's functional plan. Fair housing compliance is addressed at the implementation stage, not at the UGB amendment stage, consistent with relevant rules. The department found the appellants failed to demonstrate a Goal 10 violation. Next set of issues centers around a dispute about industrial land shortage. The record contains substantial evidence of a shortage of large industrial sites, and the department found appellant claims of surplus within the UGB are overstated. Metro's requirement that sites meet Title IV standards ensure consistency with regional industrial land protection policies. The department found Metro's conclusions are supported by substantial evidence and no error of law was shown. For this next set of appeal issues, appellants raised concerns that habitat will not be adequately protected. However, the department found that conditions of approval require a comprehensive habitat inventory prior to development. Protective measures, buffers, setbacks, conservation easements are incorporated into Metro's code, which will apply to Sherwood's comprehensive planning for the area. Goal 14 allows balancing of multiple factors. The record reflects that balance was achieved without violating resource protection standards. The department found appellants have not demonstrated Metro failed to protect significant resources under applicable law. Appellants raised issues about agricultural land impacts, including farmland loss and compatibility. As previously discussed, Metro has afforded deference in interpreting its own code. Its code interpretation supports the expansion. Compatibility with surrounding agricultural uses was a selection criteria and is addressed in the findings. The department found no violation of Metro Code, Goal 3 or Goal 14, and the appeals do not establish a remandable error. The next set of issues relates to how public involvement process was conducted. The department found the process met or exceeded statutory notice requirements and hearing requirements, and record documents show multiple opportunities for public comment, both oral and written. This process was consistent with state law and Metro's code. Appellants have not identified a procedural defect. The department found the appeals failed to show a violation of public involvement requirements. Under this next set of issues, appellants raised concerns about the expansion increasing emissions, sprawl, and costs. The department found that in doing an UGB expansion, Metro is not subject to this rule, subject to the rule appellants raised, requiring use of emissions reductions targets. Infrastructure cost analysis was conducted and weighed against long-term regional growth needs, which is a permissible policy conclusion. The findings conclude that public benefits outweigh projected costs, and appellants have not shown this conclusion to be unsupported by substantial evidence. The department found no legal basis to remand the decision on climate or cost grounds. As Gordon previously noted, the department received 5 exceptions to the staff report and issued a supplemental staff report on September 19th, addressing several of the issues raised. Primarily, these were issues of the department determined needed some clarification, and the department found that the rest of the exceptions raised had been already adequately addressed in the director's decision and September 2nd staff report. The director's decision from April 18th was a decision to approve Metro's UGB expansion based on the department's fundamental finding that Metro's process and analysis met all applicable legal standards. Nothing in the appeals or exceptions has changed that fundamental finding, and the department recommends rejecting these appeals in their entirety. Hand it back to Gordon to talk about the next steps.
Thank you. Before we go on, just want to, the next step in our today will be to hear from first Metro, which has been granted up to 20 minutes and the ability to reserve some of that time for a rebuttal at the end. The city of Sherwood with 10 minutes, as the affected city is also allowed to participate. And then the 6 appellants that filed appeals, only one of them, Mr. Marks, did not join a combined presentation led by Robert Liberty of West of Sherwood Farms Allowance. So they will be allowed 50 minutes in total, and then Mr. Marks, represented by his attorney Michael Connors, will be allowed 10 minutes. Metro will have the rebuttal option, as I stated at the end. And then we'll have a extensive period for undoubtedly many questions and discussion for such a controversial and large-scale proposal as what you have here today. That concludes the staff report, and unless you have some questions for us before we get to testimony, we are finished.
Thank you, Gordon and Laura, for your presentation. Do any of the commissioners have any questions before we hear from the Metro Regional Government? It doesn't look like any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to call up Attorney Roger Alfred, Principal Regional, sorry, I forgot to say, Attorney, Principal Regional Planner Ted Reed, and Urban Policy and Development Manager Aaron Cahey. So I think we're going to put up a clock. Nice. I don't think we can run a clock at the same time as the presentation, so we're going to be running the clock here. But you'll have to keep your own time.
Thank you very much. Chair,
really quickly, Roger Alfred, appearing on behalf of Metro. We did want to retain some time for rebuttal, and so we're going to shoot for 7 minutes. That's our goal.
7 minutes now?
7 minutes, no,
left?
7 minutes of rebuttal at the end.
Okay.
And it's possible we may eat into that a little bit, but that's our goal. Okay.
Yeah, you have to monitor your time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Erin Key, Urban Policy and Development Manager at Metro. I manage a wonderful team of land use planners and real estate experts that work with Metro's regional government. I believe I'm pushing the button to move the slide and it's not moving.
as they're coming, today we wish to orient you to our most recent urban growth management decision-making and respond to the exceptions filed. Okay, great. So I want to start off with a map of the metro urban area. These colors, the blue area shows you the first UGB area in place in 1979, and the colors from a light beige to yellow to green to a dark blue are the subsequent expansions of the urban growth boundary over the several decades since then. The greens and the blues are darker areas, and those are the most recent. The yellows and the beige color are the oldest. Metro has learned a lot about expansions and what's most effective in ensuring the development of these expansions over time. And I also just want to point to the fact that there, as has been mentioned before, 24 cities and 3 counties within this urban area. And that's an important point that makes Metro a little bit different. We are the only government in the state that manages the UGB, but not the subsequent steps to ensure that development of housing and jobs occurs in urban growth boundary expansion areas. Past expansions that lacked the city support or happened inside counties without a city available have often remained undeveloped over time for many, many years, and thereby did not fulfill the purpose of expanding the boundary. In addition to that focus on city readiness, Metro undertakes extensive analysis of whether there's a regional need for additional land, and if so, which urban reserves best meet those locational factors as described in state law and Metro Code. My colleague Ted Reed will speak a little bit more about that analysis, but first I wanted to point out the schedule that we undertook in this most recent expansion cycle. As was pointed out, our Metro Council made a decision in December of 2024, and that was preceded by a 2-year process, which you can tell from this diagram was primarily the development of the conducting of technical work and the development of an analysis into what we call our urban growth report. That's shown in the dark blue. So this extended nearly a year and a half before the formal decision-making process began. And we had the engagement of many people during that process. In particular, we have several standing committees who participated through that 2-year process, including Metro's Technical Advisory Committee and Policy Advisory Committee, Metro's Committee on Racial Equity, as well as 2 new groups that we developed during this particular cycle, one called our Urban Growth Report Roundtable, and another youth cohort, both who participated for over a year as we were conducting our technical analysis, learning all of that information as we were collecting it, helping them build a strong foundation for their participation in the formal decision-making process that came at the end. That urban growth report that I mentioned was released, and a 45-day public comment period was provided for the public to participate. I'm going to hand it over to Ted Reed now to continue with a little bit more information about the analysis that we conducted.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners. I'm Ted Reed, Principal Regional Planner with Metro. As Aaron described, I wanted to briefly describe some of the analysis work that we did, though your staff did a nice job of summarizing much of it. I'm going to be very brief. You can think of what we did in 3 general categories, looking at housing needs, employment needs, and then looking at our urban reserves to determine which of them are most suitable for addressing any land capacity deficits we identified. So on the housing side, we do a number of tasks that are laid out in state law, forecasting population and household growth, determining what that means in terms of the housing needs of current and future households according to their household incomes, looking at historic development trends to figure out what that implies for the future, and then inventorying buildable lands and determining what kind of growth capacity they may offer in the future. You heard a bit from your staff about the region's track record in using land efficiently. And this map is really a very good illustration of that. This is looking back at that historic trend data that I mentioned from 2009 to 2023. Essentially, it's showing you intensity of development that actually occurred. And you can see this very efficient use of land inside the existing urban growth boundary that we intend to continue into the future. As your staff noted in the 2024 growth management decision, the housing needs that we're planning for, over 98% of it is in this existing urban growth boundary. A little bit less than 2% is expected to happen in the Sherwood West expansion area. So really using all of the measures that we have at our disposal to accommodate as much growth as possible in the existing urban growth boundary. On the employment side, we take on a number of similar tasks where we look at our forecast for employment growth, housing or employment trends such as work from home, look at what those imply for future land demand for jobs. We also do a extensive inventory of buildable lands for employment uses, and pay particular attention to the site characteristics of those lands to see how well they match what's in demand. Third aspect is again looking at urban reserves to figure out of those urban reserves on balance which ones best serve the needs that we've identified in the urban growth report. We do that looking at our goal 14 locational factors as well as the Metro Code factors that you heard about from your staff. We do this work with extensive engagement at the technical level. Aaron mentioned some of this. We put together a land use technical advisory group that consists of local planning staff, private sector developers. We also take our forecast in front of a panel of economists and demographers to make sure that it makes sense to them. We work with our Metro Technical Advisory Committee, and we also engaged a lot of consultant support this go around to improve on how we're estimating redevelopment potential, for instance, in our work. With that, I'll turn it over to Roger.
Thank you, Ted. Good afternoon, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the Commission, Roger Alfred, appearing on behalf of Metro. Doing this a little closer, I'm a little hoarse. First, I'd like to thank DLCD staff for their excellent and thorough work on this. It's really been a pleasure working with them. And I'd also like to thank the Commission for once again allowing Metro to come out and visit, well, I was about to say much less urban part of the state, but you know, it's great to get out here. As I recall, 6 years ago when we did this, we were in Condon in a much smaller and hotter room. So it's nice to be here too. It's always great to get out and about in the great state of Oregon. But we're here today to mostly talk about this part of the state of Oregon. In thinking about the recurring themes in this appeal, it occurred to me that this map actually holds the key to maybe 75% of the issues that are being raised here, simply by demonstrating the jurisdictional boundaries of Metro and all of the various cities. This key ties back to something that my colleague Aaron mentioned a few minutes ago, which is that Metro is the only jurisdiction in the state of Oregon that has authority over urban growth boundary expansions, but does not have authority over the planning and development of land inside the urban growth boundary. That is the responsibility of the 24 cities and 3 counties, most of which are shown on this map, except for the ones that are too small. Metro is a service district, and we're required by statute to provide a 20-year supply of buildable land inside the boundary, but development of that land depends on these other local jurisdictions. Most of opponents' arguments relate to the specific details of future planning and development efforts that will be taken by Sherwood regarding things like housing production and affordability, environmental protections, and things like the specific configuration of commercial and industrial uses in employment areas. These are important details for the city to address when they do their future planning work, but they're not critical parts of Metro's decision when we decide whether or not there's a need to expand the UGB and where to do it. The other reason that this map is important today relates to something else. Actually, Aaron did not note this. The other reason this map is important is Ted, could you go back to slide 2? There have in the past been unfortunate consequences from previous UGB decisions resulting from Metro's lack of authority over planning and development in urban areas. This map shows the history of UGB expansions. The giant green blob in the southeastern corner is Damascus. So back in 2002, Metro brought 12,000 acres into Damascus in order to provide for future urban growth. Problem being that there was no city at the time prepared to take over the planning and annexation of it, and there was no plan in effect either. So what happened in Damascus is actually a very long and complicated story, but the bottom line is that here we are 25 plus years later, and most of those 12,000 acres are still just sitting there inside the urban growth boundary, but not available for urban use. So the challenge that Metro faced was how to create a situation like that exists in the rest of the state, where areas have plans for development prior to them being brought into the urban growth boundary. So Metro and the region have taken a couple of steps in that regard. The first was mentioned by your staff, which was identifying urban reserves as the first places that future growth will happen. The second thing happened shortly thereafter, which was when Metro adopted code provisions directing cities to provide concept plans for areas that they are interested in adding to the UGB. This ensures that when a 20-year need is addressed and we expand, there is a plan in place already for development to occur. Concept planned areas are, of course, still subject to a Goal 14 requirement, as your staff mentioned, and all of the other alternative areas, all 27 urban reserves, still have to be considered and weighed against the Goal 14 factors to make sure that the area that comes in is the highest ranked under those factors. So on that point, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to pre-brief the Commission on a recurring argument that you're probably going to hear a lot about, which is almost all of the appellants have asserted that Metro's decision violates Goal 14 because we brought Sherwood West into the UGB for the sole reason that it has a concept plan. However, as determined by your director in her decision, the fundamental problem with that argument is that Metro did in fact undertake a thorough and extensive analysis of all 27 urban reserve areas under the Goal 14 factors. That resulted in this 700 pages of appendices that was attached to the urban growth record and as part, urban growth report and as part of the record. If anybody's interested in some light reading, that's here for you. So in the UGB ordinance, the Metro Council also adopted detailed findings and conclusions specifically explaining why Sherwood West rose to the top under the Goal 14 analysis of all of the factors. You will hear appellants argue today almost certainly that the decision was really made by staff and not by the Metro Council, in part because this 700 pages of analysis was never actually discussed and deliberated upon by the Metro Council at a meeting. First on this point, I'd like to read very quickly from, these are the actual findings and conclusions that were adopted by the Metro Council when they adopted the ordinance expanding the urban growth boundary. On balance, considering and weighing the locational factors under both Goal 14 and the Metro Code, the Metro Council finds that the Sherwood West Urban Reserve area received among the highest rankings when all the factors are considered together. Based on the evidence and the findings provided in Appendix 7 and 7A, the Metro Council finds that Sherwood West provides the best location for this UGB expansion. So I'm not seeing much of a basis for an argument that the Metro Council did not actually make this decision. The other piece that I'd like to mention is related to the part about there not being discussion or deliberation. A very obvious example of why that's incorrect, I think, is this proceeding. This proceeding is probably going to end up in a 100 or more plus page decision from LCDC on this issue because it's pretty complicated. Under the appellant's argument, anything that's not actually specifically discussed in this proceeding cannot really be considered as part of the final order because it wasn't actually discussed and deliberated. So that runs contrary to a solid 40 years of Oregon land use case law that says that the final decision and what the final decision says is what matters. All right, so I'm going to stop there because I'm running out of time. Ted, could you go to the next slide real quick? I have a couple slides here that mostly talk about the Goal 14 reasonably accommodate standard. Your staff touched on this. I'm This basically just provides the commission with additional reasons besides what your staff presented about why Metro is using the land inside the UGB efficiently and how we meet the Goal 14 reasonably accommodate standard. Could you go up one slide? Oop. Other way.
Did I go there?
Yeah, there you go. So, well, you'll note that this says, and this is actually correct, the existing UGB will accommodate almost 99% of the identified housing need. I think your staff said 98. It's actually 98.6, so I figured it was safe to round up. So that's all I have, and then we'll save the rest for rebuttal and any questions.
Thank you. So I think you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on your clock. And up next, we're going to have the city of Sherwood. I'm going to wait for you to introduce yourself so I make sure I got the right person. Okay, Eric Rutledge and Carrie Ryder is online. And I don't see Carrie. Let me just make sure. I don't see Carrie. And for the commissioners, I have given this permission before, but if you need to stand up, you'll see me do that periodically, just from sitting too long. So feel free. Okay, we have Carrie Richter, and we have Eric Rutledge with us. And you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Lova and Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Eric Rutledge, Community Development Director at the City of Sherwood. I'm joined virtually by Carrie Richter. She's the city's land use attorney. I'll be starting the presentation and then Carrie will wrap it up. I wanted to take a minute to thank everyone involved in this process, DLCD staff, Metro staff, and also the appellants. Everyone has put a lot of time, effort, energy into this, and we truly respect the appellant's right to this appeal process. So I'll give a little bit of background on the city of Sherwood generally, then dig into the Sherwood West concept plan, give a more general update on infrastructure and citywide housing policy, and then Carrie will get into, as time allows, some specifics on the appellant's points. The city of Sherwood is about 13 miles southwest of downtown Portland. Our population is just under 21,000, and we're in Washington County, Oregon. This slide really shows the lay of the land for Sherwood. The magenta or purple line shows the city boundary, and the colored in areas show our primary growth areas. So starting on the right, the purple area there, that's our Tonkin employment area, our main employment growth area. Pretty significant growth in the last few years. Since 2019, we've added over 2 million square feet of flex employment land, or flex employment space within this area. That includes companies within our targeted industry. So the main tenant in this area is Lamb Research. They make the equipment that makes microchips. And so it's just a great company to be in Sherwood in this growing area. To the south in the yellow is the Brookman addition. That's our primarily residential growth area. To the left is Sherwood West. That's the topic of discussion today. That's the area in blue. I'll get into details there. The only thing I wanted to point out was where there's a little jog in the city boundary there, that square area on the left. That is the Sherwood High School, and that was added to the urban growth boundary by the school district in 2017. Really serves as an anchor for Sherwood West. And although it's already in the urban growth boundary, a lot of our planning work and future growth is going to be oriented around that high school. Just looking, to the future for Sherwood, We have an adopted housing needs analysis. We've also have ONA, Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, allocation for the next 20 years. We're paying close attention to both of those. What I wanted to say on this slide in terms of the outlook is that we know we need to do something different. The house that you see on the left there is what we're seeing in Sherwood right now. It's single family detached. And that is even with allowances for middle housing. So if I just quickly go back to this slide, outside of all of the growth areas that you see, all that in between area, existing residential neighborhoods, the code right now, our code allows middle housing in all residential zones in the city, and it allows it at no maximum density. So even though we're talking about growth areas, the city does allow really middle housing everywhere. And for me, it's a question of, is the market there to allow that middle housing to develop? Really briefly, we really grew up in the 90s. And so our situation in terms of the economics of redevelopment is very different than it is in, say, Portland, where houses are 100 years old, lots are bigger, larger. These are subdivided areas and a little bit more difficult to reach infill. Just going to go quickly, based on time, to the Sherwood West concept plan. We had a 2-year planning process. What I wanted to highlight here is we had over 30 public meetings between the Technical Advisory Committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee. That resulted in unanimous approval by our Planning Commission and our City Council, showing really strong local support for the growth plan in Sherwood West. And here's the recommended and accepted concept plan. Just starting in the north there, that's our mixed employment zone. That's where the minimum of the 2 50-acre sites would be, that purple area in the north. Moving down, you can see Chicken Creek running through kind of east to west and diagonally. We are very focused on protecting that greenway long-term for the benefit of the community and also the region. All of the different sort of beige, yellow, orange, red, those are different densities of housing. And you can see kind of a really diverse mix of housing types. It does respond to the existing conditions in terms of topography and existing streets. So lower density on the hillside. As you go to the west, there's slopes there, so lower density on the hills. Higher density, as you can see, around the high school and the existing streets. So very intentionally placed densities based on what will actually work and be developed quickly. And then in the south, at the very bottom there, is the what we're calling a hospitality zone, and that is really acknowledging that we're on the urban growth edge, and there are rural reserves around us, and there's also exclusive farm and forest land around this. And so we would love to have an area in the urban growth boundary that is integrated, understands its context, and leans into the really high quality agricultural products that we have in Oregon. And hopefully we can have an urban area for hospitality that integrates everything that's nearby. Fairly unique for Oregon. And then moving into housing specifically, for Sherwood West, we'll have 6 different zones proposed. You can see them on the left there. What I'll say about the first 3 is those would be fairly traditional zones that allow middle housing, pursuant to the middle housing laws in Oregon, HB 2001. In addition to that, we have a middle housing, a cottage cluster, and a multifamily only zone. Those, the middle housing and cottage cluster would be a new approach in Oregon. As I mentioned previously, even with the rights to develop middle housing in Sherwood, we don't see a lot of it. And so we're trying to figure out a way to get that housing in. And based on our requirements, we will have to hit those numbers. And so we hope that the plan that we've put together will help us meet those ONA numbers that we need to hit. Cottage clusters specifically, that is a zone that we're really excited about. Sherwood is aging, and we hear anecdotally, but it's also in the data, that our empty nesters are leaving. It's a very family-oriented city. kids go to college and the family is stuck with a large home, and they basically have to move. And so we would love to deliver Sherwood West in a way that provides that opportunity for people to age in place in the community that they currently live in. We see these potentially as, really multi-generational cottage clusters. You could have a new family, with parents, grandparents in the same development, and that's the vision for those areas. 3,000 to 5,500 units. That depends on how much middle housing we get in those first 3 zones. And then just zooming out a little bit, I wanted to touch on our citywide planning. We have a housing capacity analysis and housing production strategy, both coming up. We did apply for a housing planning grant to DLCD to do the housing capacity analysis. We need to do that by the end of 2027, and we're prepared to do that. Within our town center, so looking sort of really at the heart of Sherwood, we are adopting at the end of this year an Old Town Strategic Plan. And so my point there is that while we're looking at urban growth areas, we're also focused on our existing town center. That is where City Hall is, that is where our art center is, that's where transit comes to currently. We feel like we can do both at the same time. We can encourage infill and redevelopment at high densities, transit-oriented, but also plan for and develop urban growth areas as well. We are currently giving tours to local and regional multifamily housing developers. We give about one per month. This Old Town Strategic Plan has really put our Old Town on the map in terms of investment. We also updated our town center plan in conformance with CFAC. We updated our code in conformance with climate-friendly, equitable communities. So within that town center, we repealed all parking minimums, and we hope that that also lends itself to additional multifamily development. I'm going to skip this slide for time, but just to say that we have the two 50-acre sites would be here. Really quickly, because I'm going to run out of time, I just wanted to highlight two more things. We are planning for and delivering infrastructure for housing right now in Sherwood. This is a map that shows a regional trunk line. On the left of the screen is Sherwood West. At the bottom is the Brookman Addition. This sewer line is under construction now, funded by the city and Clean Water Services. We received money from the state for it, and that's under construction. And then
you've hit time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. Does that work? Or 15? Sorry, 10? 10. 10. Okay. So we're going to be back at 2:55. Coffee. And then we'll hear from the 6 appellants.
June Bradley, if you're able to hear me, please accept when you are trying to be promoted to a panelist. Thank you.
I know.
I'm so fidgety. So welcome back to agenda number 5, which is the appeal of the director's decision on Metro UGB amendment as a part of our Land Conservation and Development Commission in September 2025. Next, we're going to hear from the appellants of the case. I believe 5 of them have come together and used their 10 minutes to add up to 50 minutes with one presentation. And so as soon as we're ready to go, there can be an introduction. You can pause.
We need to start the clock.
Okay, we got to pause for 1 second. Get situated.
Madam Chair, just one clarification. We'll actually have multiple presenters. I'm the only one who's here.
Okay. Director? She's on a call. Okay, so we can start. Okay, we will start. And who has the clock? Who has the clock? Who's doing the clock? Okay, thank you. You may begin.
Chair Holova, members of the Commission, I'm Robert Liberty. I'll be presenting this introduction on behalf of 1,000 Friends of Oregon, Housing Land Advocates, Verity, Ron Bunch, Tualatin River Keepers, and the West of Sherwood Farm Alliance, my client. As you've heard, the proposed Sherwood UGB expansion is at the outer southwest edge of the metropolitan region. As you see here, shown in blue, it's surrounded by green. Green is rural reserves. Those are lands that the Metro Council found were regionally significant for farming, for forestry, and natural resources. I remember these designations because I was on the Metro Council when we designated urban and rural reserves. As you can see, it's currently used for farming, for forestry, and scattered rural residential and stream corridors. This is highly productive farm and forest lands growing world-class grapes, hazelnuts, timber, and a variety of other commodities. Chicken Creek, as you heard, goes through the proposed expansion area. It's the major tributary to the Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge. Housing in Sherwood is very expensive. You would need an income of at least $160,000 to afford these homes, even if you were paying 30% of your pre-tax income. And your household would need $94,000 to afford the rent. Sherwood is one of the most affluent and least diverse parts of the entire region and perhaps the state. As you can see from this data from the Oregon Department of Education providing profiles of Sherwood High School students in contrast to Gresham High School students. This is for the new high school built in the expansion area, $250 million, 80 acres, based on enrollment projections, which the school district now projects declining enrollment. This is the content of the Sherwood West UGB expansion and what it's supposed to provide. I'm sorry, it's got a little scrambled in transmission to this computer. 340 acres for 2,700 single-family homes, including 144 acres for low-density housing, 400 middle housing units, 135 acres for commercial land, 130 acres within which supposed to be 2 50-acre high-tech manufacturing sites. That's 605 acres, less than half of the total expansion area. According to Sherwood's consultants, it will require $334 million, a third of $1 billion in taxes and fee for the core infrastructure needed to make possible the development of Sherwood West. We shouldn't have to have this appeal hearing today. This is unnecessary. The problem is Metro could have followed a simple 3-step process that would have avoided all the appeals. Step 1, the Metro Council, based on the urban growth report, and by the way, these images are kind of blocking my view. The Metro Council, based on the urban growth report, specifies a regional need for housing affordable at different income levels and for jobs. That would be step 1. Step 2, the Metro Council considers alternative measures and places for satisfying those housing and jobs needs inside the urban growth boundary, outside the urban growth boundary, or some of each. Step 3, the Metro Council picks the alternative measures and places that satisfy the regional needs and that best balance those needs with the policies and objectives and other goals, laws, rules, and Metro's code. It's very simple. Define the need, look at alternatives for meeting the need, and then pick among those alternatives. It's simple, logical. Sorry, there's things showing up on the screen that are blocking my view. It's simple, logical, and consistent with the law. But that is not what the Metro Council decided to do. The Metro Council's first mistake was to consider only concept plans for urban growth boundary expansions. In other words, from the beginning, they said we'll only consider urban growth boundary expansions. And as it turned out, there was only one concept plan, and that was from Sherwood. So from that point forward, the only alternative that was considered was the Sherwood West concept plan. The second mistake was to require local governments to submit concept plans to address regional needs before knowing what the regional needs are, if any, for land, for housing, and jobs. So the deadline for submitting the concept plan was many weeks before the draft urban growth report. That's the report that identifies whether there are needs for more land and what they are. So why would you submit a concept plan to address a need when you don't know what the need is? That's like asking people to play darts in a room when you've turned the lights off. And the third mistake, disregard regional housing needs based on what families can afford. Only talk about number of units, kind of density, and type of housing. In the spring of 2024, the Metro Council could have changed course and invited proposals for alternatives to satisfy regional needs inside and outside the UGB, in addition to Sherwood's concept plan. But they didn't. So on December 5th, the last, the point at which the council made the decision, this was Metro Councilor Nolan's characterization of what the council did. We are supposed to, in fact, start by asking, do we need more land within the urban growth boundary, or is what we have within the urban growth boundary today sufficient to meet housing and employment needs? We started instead with asking for proposals. And one could look at the process then as fitting our answer to the first question into the proposal that we got. We never had a presentation about alternatives here. Alternatives were never on the agenda for this council. We never deliberated about them. Now, no councilor contradicted her statement. No member of the staff contradicted her because it's impossible. The record is absolutely crystal clear on this point. The Metro Council itself never discussed any alternatives inside the boundary or outside the boundary. They never did. Conditions of approval requiring Sherwood West to comply with the goals in the future are not a legal or logical substitute for the evaluation of alternatives in compliance with the statute and the goals when the decision is made. And in fact, this is Metro Council's decision, not Sherwood's. So Metro Council can just say, we're going to add 100,000 acres to the urban growth boundary. We don't care what it is or what it's for. But once it's in, then the city that's in charge of that has to show it complies with the goals. And if Metro had considered alternatives, they might not have picked Sherwood West at all. So why would Sherwood have to bear the burden of the duty that Metro had to comply with the goals? This is another very important point. The Metro staff, the director of DLCD, and this commission do not have the legal authority to substitute their evaluation of alternatives for an evaluation by the elected governing body of Metro. Metro governs according to a voter-approved charter, and that charter gave them the responsibility for making these decisions. They can't just ignore the responsibility and hope someone else will cover for them, a staff report or someone at the department here or you. It's their job to look at evaluations and make the policy call, and they didn't do it. Your director admitted that when it came to housing, they didn't consider alternatives inside the boundary in her April report. So LCDC needs to remand the decision so that the Metro Council can invite and evaluate a full range of alternatives to meet regional needs that also address and balance the other goals, laws, policies, rules, and Metro's own code. Okay, that's going to take more time. It's going to take more money. We regret that. Certainly less time than appeal to the Court of Appeals. And this is what you would avoid having happen if you don't remand the decision. One, the homes that will be built in Sherwood West will be unaffordable for most people in the region in violation of Goal 10 and various statutes, rules, and Metro's code. Metro itself did an evaluation of what housing was needed by income levels, which is what Goal 10 requires. And then there was a draft of the DAS housing need analysis and Sherwood's own housing need analysis. There's nothing that connects 2,700 single-family homes or market rate middle housing in the Sherwood West UGB expansion. Another point, and this may be a little hard to follow, so the urban growth report said that the region couldn't accommodate all the needs, so there was a shortfall of 3,100 units. But the city of Portland, a year earlier, said, you know what, we can handle all the regional need and have 49,000 additional units. And Metro staff and your staff were advisors on those reports. You can't approve both of those without contradicting yourself. Here's another thing. There'll be $334 million, a third of $1 billion, that taxpayers, not just in Washington County, not just in the region, but anyone who pays gas tax in Oregon will be on the hook for, to finance development in one of the wealthiest communities in Oregon. There will be an entirely avoidable loss of and harmful conflicts with highly productive farm and forest lands, and of course the loss of the people who work on those working lands. There'll be an entirely avoidable loss of wildlife and their habitat, Chicken Creek, and then of course consequences for the National Wildlife Refuge. There'll be more commuting by people struggling to afford their existing housing expenses because they can't afford to live in Sherwood to get to their job, so there'll be more greenhouse gases. There'll be a clear failure to address regional, racial, ethnic, and economic equity. This is testimony of Metro's own Committee on Racial Equity to the Metro Council on September 26, 2024. The first takeaway is that the UGB process tokenized the Committee on Racial Equity and other people of color. It was immediately clear that racial equity was an afterthought. Our next takeaway is that there was little to no connection between the UGB process and Metro's strategic plan to advance racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the climate smart strategy. And of course, there's an unfair loss of opportunity for other local governments, other landowners, other developers and redevelopers who might have great ideas for serving regional needs without such high cost and such high impacts. Okay, you are flooded. There's masses of arguments. You're only going to hear a tiny fraction of those arguments, masses of data. This report, which by the way came out in October, after the Metro Council had already made a tentative decision to approve the Sherwood UGB expansion, masses of information. You know what, keep it simple, because it is simple. The Metro Council was supposed to consider alternatives in making its decision, and it didn't. Remand the decision to Metro so it can consider the full range of alternatives for the benefit of everyone in the region and to provide needed direction for future UGB decisions. Thank you. And you will now hear from June Bradley for Housing Land Advocates. And at the end of the presentations, I'll distribute a draft motion for your consideration. June?
I see June on the.
Just
June
one
or-
second
yes.
here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just make sure my camera is on. Okay. I think you should be able to see me now as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Holova and Commissioners. My name is June Bradley, and I represent Housing Land Advocates, which works to ensure that state and local governments fulfill their obligations under adopted housing policies and statutes. Pursuant to ORS 197A.025 and administering rules and statutes, the Commission must be guided by the principle that every Oregonian should have access to affordable, equitable housing in the community of their choice. The Commission must determine whether Metro Ordinance 241520 complies with the statewide land use planning goals, including Goal 10 housing. Compliance with the goals means the ordinance conforms with the purposes of the goals. Here, the ordinance does not comply with Goal 10 because the ordinance does not conform with and actively works against housing choice and affordability and Oregon's commitment to affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH, all of which are central purposes of Goal 10. Further, pursuant to Goal 10, the City of Sherwood will, in 2028, be required to adopt a housing production strategy, or HPS, including specific actions which promote the development of diverse and affordable housing types, housing with access to economic opportunities, services, and amenities, and affirmatively furthering fair housing. In addition to violating Goal 10 in of itself, the ordinance enables Sherwood to head these requirements off at the pass through the proposed UGB expansion. In the Sherwood West concept plan on which the ordinance relies, the city proposes to meet Goal 10 by selectively concentrating middle housing outside the existing UGB and without any present or concrete guarantees as to affordability, connection to transportation, or provision of services, and while preserving the low-density, single-family housing typology that by design predominates the city's core. I can't see the slides. I don't know which slide we're on. If you could, it would be great if you could put up the slide showing the composite plan map alongside the existing conditions. Is that showing?
It's not showing.
Not yet. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good. No, it's the one you want to go down. It's beyond. It's keep going. It's beyond. It's no, the other direction. Keep going. Keep there.
This one.
This.
Working on it.
Okay, well, while they're bringing that up, I'll describe what you'll see in just a minute, which is that comparing the composite concept plan with a map of existing conditions, it is apparent that the connection between the plan for middle housing and downtown Sherwood is interrupted by an expanse of sprawling low-density neighborhoods, wildlands and wooded areas, and a major highway. And then turning to the Sherwood zoning map, which is up now, it is clear that the sweeping majority of the city's residentially zoned land is zoned low-density residential, indicated in brown, or very low-density residential, indicated in green. As a result of the ordinance, the city's practice and pattern of all but excluding affordable housing from within the UGB is reinforced. Notably, in 2018, Sherwood initially considered participating in an out-of-cycle UGB expansion. But as soon as affordable housing was mentioned as a part of the expansion goals, the city abandoned its plan to apply. Then, in 2021, Sherwood proposed to meet the city's housing obligations through annexations from Brookman and Sherwood West, rather than upzoning and densification within the UGB. With 2023 House Bill 2001, the legislature codified Oregon's commitment to affirmatively furthering fair housing, weaving that commitment into the framework of Goal 10. That's at ORS 197A100. In turn, DLCD amended the rules interpreting Goal 10, bringing the rules in line with and clarifying the pre-existing legislative mandate to AFFH. As noted in the director's response to HLA's exceptions, this amendment became effective on January 1st, 2025. However, 2023 House Bill 2001 and the incorporation of AFFH into the Goal 10 framework became effective at the bill's passage on March 29th, 2023, well before the ordinance became final. The ordinance does not conform with and works against the Goal 10 requirement to affirmatively further fair housing. AFFH means actions that, when taken together, address significant disparities in housing needs and access to opportunity. The ordinance enables Sherwood to continue to avoid upzoning and densification within the city's existing UGB by allowing the city to fulfill its obligation to promote denser, naturally more affordable housing types disproportionately in the expansion area. Income status is recognized as a proxy for protected classes, including but not limited to race, ethnicity, and disability. Lumping the more affordable housing options together and isolating them from the rest of the city amounts to segregatory zoning. Therefore, the ordinance does not affirmatively further fair housing. For much the same reason, the ordinance impedes AFFH in the city's future housing production strategy. The ordinance allows Sherwood to further entrench existing patterns of segregation, making it more difficult for the city to meet the AFFH requirement to replace segregated living patterns with integrated and balanced living patterns. The ordinance also does not conform with and works against the Goal 10 requirement to promote housing choice and affordability. Housing choice includes the choice to live in areas with access to opportunity in integrated areas. Housing choice must be actual, meaning the existence of realistic housing options that are affordable and otherwise meet the needs of the household in housing types, characteristics, and locations of their choice. Again, the ordinance permits Sherwood to relegate middle housing to the edge of the city. Therefore, to the extent that the ordinance might result in the production of affordable housing in a single isolated area, the ordinance does not promote housing choice. I say might because the ordinance leaves it to market forces to dictate affordability in the expansion area. The director's response to HLA's exceptions concedes that the ordinance's weak affordability condition of approval does not prescribe a quantitative affordability benchmark in the UGB amendment itself. The ordinance and the director would have the commission impermissibly defer compliance with Goal 10 until Sherwood's adoption of the city's housing production strategy. However, at the same time, the ordinance enables the city to undertake a strategy which would not be allowed as a part of the city's housing production strategy because the strategy does not promote housing choice and affordability or AFFH. Most importantly, the ordinance effectively insulates an action which is not in conformance with Goal 10 from land use review and legal challenge because the city's future HPS is not a land use decision and is not appealable by the public through the land use process. Goal 10 applies to the present UGB expansion in addition to in relation to Sherwood's as yet unadopted housing production strategy, and Goal 10 is not met now. Accordingly, HLA respectfully requests this commission to remand the ordinance back to Metro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Eve Goldman of Thousand Friends of Oregon.
Thank you. Chair Halova and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Eve Goldman, and I will be addressing the concerns of 1,000 Friends of Oregon. Next slide, please. Statewide Planning Goal 14 requires that prior to expanding the urban growth boundary, a local government must demonstrate that estimated needs cannot be reasonably accommodated on land already inside the UGB. If the local government determines there is a need to expand, Metro Council must then consider alternative areas for the expansion. Under OAR 660-250-0160, the Commission's standard of review for evidentiary issues is whether there is substantial evidence in the record to support the local government's decision. Metro's determination that a UGB expansion is needed to meet current and future housing and employment needs is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. The record shows that there is viable land within the existing UGB to support long-term growth for employment and housing in the region. Next slide. In its December 2024 Urban Growth Report, Metro found a deficit of about 3,000 housing units. The first error, acknowledged by DLCD Director in her April report, is that Metro Council did not consider alternatives inside the UGB to meet this modest amount of housing need. Second, in its Urban Growth Report, Metro staff reflect that while there is a housing crisis nationally and in our region, it is not clear that shortage is caused by a sheer lack of space for housing to be built on. They add that analysis reveals there is likely room to accommodate most, if not all, of the region's existing and future housing needs inside the current UGB for the next 20 years. Next slide. Finally, Metro's own data show a dissonance between units planned and completed in past UGB expansion areas, further calling into question whether a UGB expansion would even result in the completion of housing proposed to meet the estimated housing needs. Next slide. On August 28, 2024, Portland City Council unanimously adopted an updated housing production strategy, an HPS. Both Metro and DLCD staff participated in the Technical Advisory Committee for the city's housing needs analysis and the HPS. The HPS refers to the City of Portland's 2023 Buildable Land Inventory, which was approved by LCDC. The HPS finds that there is a surplus of about 49,000 housing units inside of Portland's own city limits. This directly contradicts Metro's findings in its Urban Growth Report of a regional deficit of about 3,000 housing units. While Metro does not need to defer to Portland's updated HPS, failure to consider this data presents a major example of evidence overlooked and not analyzed by Metro in its determination of whether there is a need for a UGB expansion. Both Metro and DLCD staff participated in the Technical Advisory Committee that published data directly contradicting Metro's conclusion that a UGB expansion is needed. Next slide. Further, For you, the Commission, to approve this UGB expansion would contradict your prior approval of Portland's buildable lands inventory because the surplus housing analysis in the BLI and this UGB expansion proposal contradict each other. As I previously mentioned, Metro found a regional deficit of about 3,000 housing units in its urban growth report, while Portland's HPS and BLI show a surplus of 49,000 housing units in its own city limits. This data is incompatible, and LCDC's approval of both this UGB expansion and Portland's BLI and HPS would be contradictory. Next slide. Metro Council has also not met the threshold to determine that employment needs cannot be reasonably accommodated inside the existing UGB. Metro's conclusions are not supported by substantial evidence in the record. Next slide. Metro's 2024 Urban Growth Report depicts two gap analyses for employment. As Metro Council adopted the baseline forecast, staff analysis demonstrates a surplus of 3,645 acres of employment lands, and I'll explain why. With respect to the industrial lands, there is an estimated surplus of 3,931 acres. With respect to commercial lands, there is an estimated deficit of 286 acres. Metro staff note that the categories between commercial and industrial lands are interchangeable. In the UGR, Metro states, consistent with observed development trends, assume a small portion of the region's industrial land surplus is available for commercial employment uses, thereby addressing any remaining commercial capacity gap. Using that logic consistently, Metro has determined that there is a surplus of employment lands and therefore does not meet the threshold to expand the UGB. Next slide. In concluding that commercial and industrial lands are interchangeable, Metro failed to explain why only 150 of the 286 acres of commercial lands deficit could be repurposed or rezoned as industrial land. Metro, without any factual basis, concluded that the UGB expansion is required to supply the remaining deficit of 136 acres of commercial land. For these foregoing reasons, Metro Council has not demonstrated a need for a UGB expansion, violating statewide Planning Goal 14. Their decision is not supported by substantial evidence in the record, and the Commission should remand the decision back to Metro Council to demonstrate that the region's current and future housing and employment needs cannot be accommodated within this existing UGB. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Tualatin River Keepers, Kelsey Shaw Nakama.
Hello, Chair Halova and Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Shaw Nakama, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Director at Tualatin River Keepers. Tualatin River Keepers is opposed to the Sherwood West UGB expansion because of the danger this expansion poses to water quality in the Tualatin River watershed, and particularly to sensitive habitat along Chicken Creek, an important tributary of the Tualatin River that runs directly into the Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge. It was disappointing to see that the review team listed earlier did not include anyone focused on the environmental impacts of this expansion. Next slide. By failing to consider alternative sites for UGB expansion, Metro Council failed to comply with State Planning Goal 5 and to follow its own policies on protecting water quality and conserving habitat as required in Metro Code Titles 3 and 13. Next slide. Title 3 protects water quality, wetlands, floodplains, and the vegetated corridors that run along waterways. There are several kinds of Title 3 designated water quality and flood management areas within Sherwood West. First, there is a defined 100-year floodplain for a portion of Chicken Creek, which can be seen in this photo. And second, there are 31 acres of wetlands within Sherwood West, mapped by National Wetland and Metro inventories. These wetlands are most prominently found along the riparian corridor of Chicken Creek and the headwaters of Goose Creek. Next slide. The Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge is one of only a handful of flagship urban national wildlife refuges across the country. It is important to our communities for many reasons. Because of its close connection with the refuge, significant time and resources have been invested in the health of Chicken Creek by a wide variety of interested groups, including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, Clean Water Services, the Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation District, and Ducks Unlimited. Though restoring this floodplain and surrounding wetlands fosters resilience during flood events, that doesn't mean that nature stays within the boundaries we've given it. Refuge staff note, quote, "When we say nature is going to take over now, that includes ways that we can't even predict. A portion of the refuge trail was underwater after some heavy, sustained spring rain. It was a surprise to staff, who are now working to find a solution that will keep the trail above water," end quote. The proposed trails and paths in the Sherwood West UGB concept plan would be similarly at risk. Because floodplains and wetlands are so important to watershed ecology, Title III requires Metro Council to demonstrate that no reasonably practicable alternative design or method of development exists that would have a lesser impact on the water quality resource area than the one proposed. In failing to consider practicable alternatives for this UGB expansion, Metro Council violated this requirement. Next slide. Statewide Planning Goal 5 serves to protect natural areas and conserve scenic and historic areas and open spaces. Next slide. Goal 5 is locally implemented by Title 13, which establishes baseline requirements to protect, conserve, and restore the region's significant riparian corridors and wildlife habitat resources. These resources are classified as habitat conservation areas, or HCAs. Next slide. Sherwood West contains substantial Title 13 areas designated as high-value HCAs. High-value HCAs are so designated because they are areas that have been identified as having a lower urban development value and a higher valued habitat. Metro Code requires that development avoid HCAs, and if development does occur within an HCA, it can only be done once it has been demonstrated that no practicable alternatives exist that will not disturb the area. Failing to consider alternatives that would be less ecologically impactful violates Metro's own policies that establish these baseline requirements to protect, conserve, and restore Washington County's Title 13 and Goal 5 riparian corridors and wildlife habitat resources. The map on the left highlights in shades of green the many Title 3 and 13 classified natural areas in Sherwood West. The mapping of these areas was not easy or quick. Saying remapping will occur before development takes place belies the significant work that goes into resource mapping. Regardless, new industrial neighbors and the consequent transportation and wastewater infrastructure will deeply harm these priceless natural areas. Next slide. By failing to consider alternative sites for UGB expansion, Metro Council failed to follow its own policies on protecting water quality and conserving valuable wildlife habitat. To remedy these violations, TRK recommends that DLCD remand the UGB amendment to Metro Council to consider alternative sites for supporting the region's growth that do not result in irreparable damage to these important Metro-designated water quality resource areas and habitat conservation areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Verde, Indi Namkung.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Indi Namkung. I'm representing Verde. We are a nonprofit organization serving low-income communities of color by building environmental wealth through social enterprise outreach and advocacy. Sometimes that means pursuing transit and safe street investments in the legislature, and sometimes it means working with community and CDC partners to build Las Adelitas, a community development adding over 140 affordable homes powered by solar energy to our neighborhood. Our mission is what drove our involvement in the 2024 UGB decision. I participated on Verde's behalf as an invited stakeholder on Metro's Urban Growth Roundtable through the first half of 2024, and later in the public comment and hearing process around this decision. Now, as other presenters have discussed, in failing to appropriately consider and balance both alternative measures and alternative sites to Sherwood West that could meet identified regional needs, Metro Council did not comply with Goal 14 or its own policies in approving this expansion. Next slide. I want to speak to the ways that this choice exposes communities like ours throughout the region to unnecessary risks. We can go to the next slide. This is me giving testimony on September 26, 2024, almost exactly a year ago, at a public hearing prior to Metro Council's initial approval of the COO's recommendation on October 8th, and prior to the release of Metro staff's alternatives analysis on October 18th. In this hearing, we specifically raised concerns that the Sherwood West proposal would be subject to the chronic infrastructure funding and land readiness challenges our region already faces, impacting accessibility and affordability for future residents. In particular, without plans and funding to connect this expansion area to public transit, residents will largely still need to drive or ask for help from someone who can to access anything that the neighborhood can't provide, from jobs to medical care. This establishes a higher floor for transportation costs for any residents in the area. So if rent costs $100 less, but transportation costs $150 more for a person who wants to move to Sherwood West, that is a relative loss of affordability. Developing a new community you can only drive to and from also risks inducing more vehicle miles traveled at a time when our region is trying to reduce them rapidly. We also raised concerns at that time that this decision would spread very limited infrastructure budgets in our region, including those from Metro's own grant programs even thinner. Metro's 2023 Regional Transportation Plan update identified $2.18 billion in unfunded operations and maintenance needs in our region over the time period of the plan. We can go to the next slide. And extending our networks even further costs more than maintaining and enhancing what we already have. If public budgets foot that bill, it will come at the cost of other projects in other communities. If developers are asked to foot the bill, those costs will either be passed on to future residents or affect the ability of development to pencil out at all. Next slide. The trade-offs of choosing to build outward have only grown more stark in the following year. The 2025 state transportation package failed to pass, and the special session to pass life support funding for state and local transportation departments has now been extended twice. It's even less clear than it was a year ago how we're going to sustain existing service and maintenance on our region's roads and transit networks as is. It's just not practical to ask future Sherwood West residents, particularly those who need affordable housing, to make do with insufficient and unsafe infrastructure that they'll receive if funds don't materialize. And I'm not yet seeing how that happens without driving the costs of developing and living in this expansion area sky high. It's also not just to ask existing communities inside the UGB who have been waiting years for basics like sidewalks and working crossing signals to wait as we spread very limited transportation infrastructure dollars across even more bread. This was true last year, and it's true today. Next slide. We're one of those communities. We were annexed in the 80s, but many of our neighborhood streets still look like this. No pavement, no sidewalks. You can go to the next slide. Our arterials are dangerous and have limited, if any, safe options for non-drivers. Those networks are woefully incomplete. At that same hearing last September, we requested that Metro Council consider and prioritize alternatives that made use of lands already inside the boundary, as again, they're obligated to do. Comments from both the DLCD Director's Report and Metro Councilor Mary Nolan indicate that this evaluation was never made. As you've heard from Robert, Metro staff published an analysis of alternative sites for expansion after that initial work session in October. However, Metro Council was the relevant decision maker required to engage in that analysis, according to their own code. From our experience in this process throughout 2024, we can say that Sherwood West was the only specific alternative presented to us or discussed in our presence at the Metro Urban Growth Stakeholder Roundtable or to the public during the comment period for the Urban Growth Report, which closed approximately 6 weeks prior to the release of the alternatives analysis. And it's true that we are not required by rule or code to participate in completing that analysis, but it is concerning that neither council nor the public seem to have considered these factors at a time or stage of the process that would allow that consideration to meaningfully shape a final decision. A thorough alternatives analysis would have allowed Metro Council to fully understand and weigh all factors against each other in their decision and balance them on behalf of the region. And as the decision-making body in this case, they're required to do this. In the absence of that analysis, Metro Council failed to meet their responsibilities under Goal 14 and their own code, and they missed critical opportunities to assess and mitigate risks to the equitable provision of housing, transportation, and employment opportunities throughout our region, not just within this expansion area. Next slide. In conclusion, we would respectfully request that the Commission remand this decision back to Metro Council with direction to evaluate and compare alternatives to expansion, and, if appropriate, alternative sites for expansion that balance factors regarding provision of infrastructure, equitable distribution of housing, and opportunity. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jeff Kleinman, representing West of Sherwood Farm Alliance.
Good afternoon. This is Jeff Kleinman. Robert and I are the attorneys for the West of Sherwood Farm Alliance. I've worked with the group since the outset of this process. Our client group consists primarily of actual farmers, wine growers and makers who farm west of the northwestern portion of the proposed expansion area, including Alloro and Oxview. They oppose this expansion due to the unlawful cart before the horse process Metro followed and for all the substantive reasons that have been presented and will be presented this afternoon and elsewhere on the record. At the same time, our clients have a bit of a unique perspective. Oregon wine growers rely heavily on at-the-winery sales for their income and to establish longer-term markets. Wine tourism into Oregon has still not fully recovered from the nationally publicized dark days of the COVID era in Portland. However, local wine tourism from within the city and metro area to the closest in quality wineries has been quite strong. This business relies on the appeal of at least a short drive through the countryside, not a drive through an industrial park. In the case of Hawksview, the proposed development that would be allowed by this expansion would essentially come right up to their property line. Wine producers like Hawksview can't move, but their customers can and do in a heartbeat. Last year, I received a call from the city of Sherwood requesting a meeting with my clients and me. We met with the mayor and other city officials at City Hall on June 5, 2024. It was a pretty long meeting and very cordial. The city explained why it was pushing ahead on its own at this time. It wanted to get this expansion done ahead of further mandates from the governor and what they perceived as additional state control of the planning process. This way, on the residential side of things, they could avoid adding anything more dense than duplexes or triplexes. And I believe there was discussion of cottage clusters, but there would never be any apartments. In return for a proposed agreement by my clients to back off from their opposition, the city proposed that in lieu of an actual buffer between the expansion area and the farms, the city would install a sign welcoming travelers to wine country. And so we're here. But I will say that what was offered then was substantially more than the microgram of lip service that was paid to the Committee on Racial Equity in this process. Everything about this proposal has been backwards, ultimately including Metro Council's decision to rubber stamp it. And that is precisely what Metro Council did. For all the reasons presented to you, the appealed decision must be remanded back to Metro. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now going to make a presentation on the Sherwood West North District mixed employment area and semiconductor manufacturing sites. As you recall, Metro found the region had a surplus of 3,931 acres of vacant industrial lands in excess of what was needed over the next 20 years. Sorry, I keep getting things popping up on my screen. Generally and consistently with Goal 14, a local government is not permitted to establish an urban growth boundary containing more land than the locality needs for future growth. That's the opinion of the Court of Appeals in 1000 Friends of Oregon v. LCDC, the first Woodburn case. However, the Metro Council decided that there was a need for a very particular kind of land, and it was based on the Oregon Semiconductor Competitive Task Force report from August of 2022. Here's a key quote: "The semiconductor industry is poised for a 1990s-like growth surge." And then looking inside the report, they found a specific need identified. So in their findings, they said the Metro Council concurs with and adopts these conclusions. The region needs 2 more development-ready sites of 50 to 100 acres that would be suitable for integrated device manufacturers or major semiconductor equipment manufacturers. In reaching that conclusion, they ignored or contradicted their own expert panel, which at the end of February presented to Metro's Policy Advisory Committee, stating, "Peer reviewers indicated that the CHIPS Act will primarily prevent manufacturing job losses that would otherwise occur in the next 10 years. Longer term, they expect manufacturing employment to be flat." Metro Council went ahead and identified the mixed employment area in the North District as the location for these 2 50-plus acre semiconductor manufacturing sites. The mixed employment area is described in the Sherwood West Concept Plan as a mix of office, light industrial, and flex space uses, and they specifically object to the idea of mandating a large minimum lot size. This is the image of the two sites that were analyzed in November, right before the final decision of the Metro Council. Site A to the west is 65.4 acres. Site B to the east is 140.7 acres. Here are those sites shown on top of the mixed employment area in the North District. It's interesting that in the Sherwood West Concept Plan, the mixed employment district, the purple area, is shown as 130 acres, considerably less than the 206.1 acres of Site A and B combined. Why is that? Well, because they net out the green, which is the habitat conservation area. So the Sherwood West Concept Plan assumes that is not going to be developed. In addition, in all the maps, you'll see this BPA transmission line. It's a 500 kilovolt line, and there's a right-of-way. You can't build anything in the right-of-way. You can't. That's all in the record. In addition, there has to be a road network. This is the road network that has been developed and shown in the Sherwood West Concept Plan. In addition, Metro concluded that you can't build high-tech manufacturing of the type that's needed on slopes greater than 7%. This is a map prepared by Sherwood's consultants of slopes of 10 to 25%. And you can see in the West District there's significant areas of slopes of 10 to 25%. Another factor that in this analysis, which the Metro Council never discussed, a constraint on development is fragmentation into multiple parcels and ownerships. This purple is the mixed employment area again, and that shows the existing ownerships and parcel sizes. The city sent letters to all the property owners and said, are you interested in selling your land for residential development or employment development? These are the replies they got. Gray was no response. Green was, it was available for sale for employment. The buff, there was some interest in development for residential use. Yellow was development interest for employment. Pink was not available or interested. When you combine those constraints, what is left is the little fragments of purple, that are not protected conservation habitat, aren't within the no development high capacity transmission right-of-way, that are not steep slopes, that are not roads, that are not that are areas where the owners are interested in selling. After the final public hearing, the Metro Council staff presented a report analyzing the existing inventory of high-tech manufacturing sites and comparing it with these two sites. And they concluded that the region had a deficit, and these two sites were the best sites available for high-tech manufacturing. But that report, which the Metro Council never discussed, did not consider and compare the Sherwood sites with the thousands of other vacant industrial lands inside the urban growth boundary that are not in the existing inventory of high-tech manufacturing sites, and the 10,700 acres of developable vacant parcels inside the urban reserves. Given Sherwood and Metro's own evidence, and everything I've shown you came from Sherwood or Metro, would a reasonable person agree with Metro's conclusion that these two sites contain 50 developable acres and are more suitable for semiconductor manufacturing than the thousands of acres of vacant industrial lands inside the UGB and in the urban reserves? That's your standard. West of Sherwood Farm Alliance respectfully requests the Commission to remand this part of the decision of the Metro Council to consider alternative developable sites for semiconductor and associated high-tech manufacturing and explain whether and how the North District sites are more suitable than these alternatives. Finally, we'll hear from Ron Bunch. Ron?
Hello, Commission Chair Hallivan and members of the Commission. I live in the Portland metropolitan region, And the following are reasons for the commission to move to remand the Sherwood decision back to Metro Council. Please know I'm not an attorney. The legal contest here is best left to the lawyers. However, I've been involved in Oregon's land use planning program for almost 40 years. I've done planning for Crook and Yamhill counties, cities of Prineville, Yamhill, Carlton, Sheridan, Tigard, Gresham, and Lake Oswego. This work has involved several comprehensive plans and urban growth boundary designations, including some in the metro region, and I have lost count of the hundreds of development review applications that have crossed my desk. It's obvious to me that the Sherwood West UGB proposal is a real estate development plan. It's not a community-oriented plan that meets the needs of a broader region. Metro has not proven the plan is consistent with statewide planning goals and the Metro Functional Plan. So instead of considering the whole region, Metro has approved a site-specific plan focused on real estate products, investment returns, and specific client needs. So here, Sherwood West proposes a mostly low-density, high-cost real estate development proposal. It ignores the need for mid- and lower-income housing accessible to jobs and services and transportation alternatives. These land uses are not even feasible as proposed by the Sherwood West Development Plan. The reasons are obvious. First, Sherwood West has a very low development potential. Per both Sherwood's and Metro's planning documents, only about a third to less than 1/2 of the total 1,300 acres can be considered net buildable once utility and road easements, future parks, schools, public safety facilities, and unbuildable lands are subtracted. Making the buildable portion of the project development ready will be very costly. And my development review experience also points that conditions of approval as proposed will also add to that cost. So we use the Sherwood consultants' information and other sources to estimate a core infrastructure cost, as has been discussed already, of major roads, sewer, water, regional water quality facilities, and so forth.
And
We
Ron,
then, yes?
we've sort of hit our time.
I think, Madam Chair, I think we had a couple pauses where we were trying to get the tech to work. He only has 5.5 minutes, if you would.
I can give
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the estimated cost was between $400 and $450 million. So the infrastructure cost per lot is between $700,000 and $900,000, or excuse me, per acre, per developable acre. So real estate developers must make their money on these kinds of investments. So these costs do not make it feasible to build low and moderate middle income housing of any type. Developers must pass on these costs to the developers. So the Sherwood West proposes that the 1,300 acre project would yield about 3,100 to 3,500 housing units. These densities and the location of the housing within the whole development would not support transit. So low housing yield reduces local job, retail, and services feasibility, as already discussed. And it is likely that the above housing yield and locations would not result in meaningful close-to-home shopping, entertainment, and job opportunities. Here again, future residents would have to drive. And two more things. Parks funding is inadequate. The infrastructure cost does not include enough land to actually do development for parks, even though it does provide enough land for purchasing parks. And as you have heard, stream corridors and natural resource lands are not protected. And particularly concerning is the Tualatin National Wildlife Refuge. So finally, this development project is an enormous investment of public and private money and political energy for a low yield of upper income housing and few jobs. It's obvious that neither Metro nor Sherwood made the effort to consider alternatives where housing and employment needs could be better accommodated within the existing UGB, including Sherwood itself. Also, there's a whole set of statewide planning goals from my experience that have not been met. 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14. So finally, the project may meet the needs of a specific development proposal, but it does not do so for the whole regional community. Therefore, the Commission should deny the Director's recommendation and remand back to Council per the previous motions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes our presentation. We have a motion for distribution. We'll give copies to the other parties.
Thank you. And then we had one more. Yeah. Say that again. Okay, Mike Connors speaking for David Marks. And that is 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. Yeah. So Mike Connors, is he online? Yep, he is. We haven't heard anything from your sound yet, Mike?
I did. Apologize. I don't see. Can you see me?
We can't see you. Not yet.
Well, that is. I haven't gotten a prompt. I just got a prompt to unmute, but I did not get a prompt for my video, and I don't see that as a option.
Okay, we're checking on that.
Okay, there we go. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Holova and commissioners. My name is Mike Connors. I'm an attorney at Hathaway Larson, and I represent David Marks. Our appeal issue raises something that this commission is familiar with from a related matter, and that's Mr. Marks' petition for enforcement, which is still pending on remand. The issue is whether Metro's outcome-based concept plan approach to its UGB expansion process, first announced in 2010 and applied to Metro's 2018 and 2024 decision, complies with Goal 14. Nobody raised this issue or challenged Metro's 2018 decision on this ground, so neither this commission nor the Court of Appeals considered it. However, since that time, the Oregon Court of Appeals weighed in on this issue in its 2023 decision in Marks versus LCDC, in which it remanded this commission's denial of Mr. Marks' petition for enforcement. And the court concluded in that decision that Metro cannot base its UGB decision solely on the existence of a concept plan, but rather, consistent with Goal 14, must first determine the need for more urban land based on the 20-year housing and economic employment needs analysis, and secondly, determine where to expand based on the Goal 14 factors. So the central question before you in our appeal is whether or not Metro relied solely on the concept plan in rendering its 2024 UGB decision in violation of Goal 14 in the Marks decision. It's clear from Metro's own findings and the overwhelming evidence in the record that Metro based its decision solely on the Sherwood West concept plan and adopted the needs analysis and Goal 14 analysis after the fact to give the appearance of compliance with Goal 14. As we highlighted in our appeal filing, Metro's ordinance findings supporting documents repeatedly state that Metro's new concept plan approach requires cities to submit a concept plan before Metro will consider an urban reserve area for inclusion in the UGB. Metro's findings specifically describe the new concept plan approach as a, quote, outcome-based approach, unquote. That's Metro's words, not mine. And repeatedly state that it requires cities to adopt concept plans before Metro will consider adding urban reserves to the UGB. Metro acknowledged that it used the same process in 2018 and limited the UGB decision to the 4 cities that submitted concept plans that year. This commission's order approving Metro's 2018 UGB decision also acknowledged that Metro's concept plan approach requires a concept plan, quote, before consideration for and potential addition to the Metro UGB. Metro's findings as a whole make it clear that Metro limited its 2024 UGB decision to the one area with the concept plan, the Sherwood West area. The overwhelming evidence in the record further demonstrates that Metro based its decision solely on the concept plan factor. Metro announced at the very beginning of the process that it would only consider UGB areas with the concept plan and set a deadline of May 31, 2024 for cities to submit those plans. Metro spent months and numerous meetings focused solely on reviewing and refining the Sherwood concept plan, as you heard from other folks that testified today. Metro Council provided a public written comment period, 2 public hearings, reviewed the staff recommendation, and October 8th instructed staff to prepare an ordinance expanding the UGB to conclude the Sherwood West concept planned area before either the housing needs analysis or the Goal 14 analysis were completed or provided to the council.
The fact that Metro Council made its decision before either of these analyses were completed and provided to the council is conclusive evidence that the council did not base its decision on these analyses. These are not mere allegations. These are undisputed facts and evidence from the record. The director and your staff do not dispute these Metro findings and the evidence we cited in our appeal, but nonetheless, they claim that Metro's decision complies with Goal 14 because Metro eventually adopted Goal 14 location analysis and housing needs analysis. But Goal 14 does not merely require that this analysis be included in the record. As the court explained in Marks, Goal 14 requires Metro to base its decision on these analyses. Metro's findings and the substantial evidence in the record demonstrate that Metro based its decision on the concept plan and adopted these analyses after the fact to support that decision. With respect to the Goal 14 analysis, the Metro Council decision to direct staff to prepare the ordinance limiting the expansion of the Sherwood West area almost 2 weeks before the Goal 14 location analysis was completed or even provided to the council is the clearest indication that the council did not base its decision on the Goal 14 analysis as it was required to do. Although your staff claims that the council's October 8th decision was preliminary, the ordinance and findings do not describe it as preliminary, and the council did not change that decision. It adopted the October 8th decision that it directed staff to prepare. Nor is there any evidence that the council reconsidered the October 8th decision. As other folks have testified, Metro Council did not once acknowledge the Goal 14 analysis, discuss the analysis, ask a single question of staff, or discuss any of the other urban reserve areas during the entire public process. The record is clear that Metro adopted the Goal 14 analysis after the fact to support its decision to limit the UGB to the Sherwood West area. Similarly, Metro waited until the very end of the process to finalize the housing needs analysis and did so after council had already made its October 8th UGB decision. Metro was forced to adopt a reduced housing needs analysis to justify the Metro Council's decision because the Sherwood West concept plan areas is so small. Every jurisdiction that commented on the draft UGB report, with the exception of Sherwood, stated that Metro underestimated the regional housing needs, and the city of Portland specifically noted that Metro's focus on the Sherwood West concept area was the primary cause of that low estimate. Metro's manipulation of the housing needs to legitimize its outcome-based concept plan approach is evident from both the 2018 and 2024 decisions. In both cases, Metro determined that the city's concept plan proposals just so happened to meet the exact number of additional housing needs needed to satisfy the 20-year need. That's not a statistical anomaly. It's a clear indication that the concept plan proposals are driving Metro's 20-year housing needs analysis. As the court described in Marks, the 20-year housing needs analysis and the Goal 14 locational analysis were required to inform Metro's council's decision. In that case, they did not. Rather, Metro Council's decision to limit the UGB to concept planned areas dictated the outcome of the housing needs analysis and the Goal 14 analysis. Metro's concept plan approach to the UGB expansion process is the opposite of what is required by Goal 14 in the implementing statutes and administrative rules. As the court noted in Marks, the Oregon legislature granted Metro the authority to administer the regional UGB because it required Metro's unique regional perspective, as opposed to an ad hoc process that leaves it up to the large number of cities and counties in the metropolitan area. Metro's approach is the opposite of this legislative directive and process. Metro is allowing local jurisdictions to dictate when and where the regional UGB expansions will occur by submitting concept plans, effectively abdicating its authority over UGB to the cities in contravention of the legislature's intent. Not only is Metro's approach inconsistent with Goal 14 in the Marks decision, but it will exacerbate the current housing crisis in the Metro region. The Metro region clearly lacks a sufficient housing supply, and many residents are priced out of the market. That trend will only worsen over time if Metro continues to limit its 6-year expansions to only those areas where a city proposes an expansion and provides a concept plan. This commission needs to ensure that Metro complies with the required Goal 14 process, is willing to make the hard decisions necessary to address the difficult housing supply and affordability issues plaguing our region. The first step in doing so is to ensure that the UGB process follows the requirements of Goal 14. And the only way to do that is to grant our appeal and others, as others have indicated, remand it back to Metro to ensure that they conduct the UGB expansion process consistent with Goal 14. And based on Metro's own findings, the overwhelming evidence in the record, it's clear it did not. It did not follow the Goal 14 requirements to determine needs based on housing analysis and to determine the location of the expansion based on the Goal 14 analysis. Those were analyses that were submitted after the public process, after the council had already given direction to prepare the ordinance. And so it's clear from the record that that's what drove this decision, the Sherwood West concept plan, not the Goal 14 analysis that they're required to do. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And then I think we're going to have 4 minutes and 30 seconds, if everybody agrees with me. That's what I had written down before for Metro, the rest of their 20-minute time. So that's what we had, right? Thank you to everyone who testified. I didn't get a chance to necessarily thank everybody.
Thank you. Yep. Hey, good afternoon again. Roger Alfred on behalf of Metro. Boy, we could sure use about 30 minutes. So I'm just going to try to hit some really high points. Is the mic working? Okay. An important thing you did hear, as predicted, a fair amount about the Goal 14 analysis. One thing that I didn't mention in my initial testimony was the fact that this is actually the third time that Metro has used a Goal 14 alternative location analysis that places greater weight under the Goal 14 factors to areas that have an adopted concept plan. We did that in 2018 with that expansion in 4 cities. That decision was reviewed and approved by DLCD and also reviewed and approved by the Commission. The Commission's order expressly found that our decision was consistent with Goal 14 on that issue. That went up and was ultimately affirmed by the Court of Appeals. We did it again in 2023 with an exchange. That was not appealed, but the department did acknowledge that decision as well. Alternative locations, touched on that. Discrepancy with Portland housing estimates. DLCD staff really correctly found that the existing statutes and rules do not contemplate Metro using OHNA numbers from other cities. In other words, there's really no violation that has been shown of any standards. That's my lawyer answer. There's also more to it that would take all of our time. So I'm going to trust that this is something we might get into a little bit if there are questions afterward, where we can talk about the difference between what Portland did and what Metro did and why. Regarding affordability, Housing Land Advocates continues to make a blanket statement that this UGB decision violates Goal 10 because of affordability. Again, I'm a lawyer, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm listening really closely to hear specifics about what part of Goal 10 exactly is being violated, and I'm not hearing that. What I'm hearing is, you violate Goal 10. What I'm hearing is consistent with what your director and staff determined, which is that there is no violation of Goal 10. Do you want to talk just really quickly, Ted, about what the role of affordability is in our decision?
So very quickly, statute lays out Metro's responsibility here, and at its core, it's about determining whether there's enough room for housing growth in the urban growth boundary. It describes a number of analytic steps looking at housing needs by household budgets as a means of determining whether there's room for the needed housing types that we've identified. And so we go through those steps with a forecast for households that includes information about their sizes, incomes, ages. We translate that into a variety of different types of housing needs, and then look at whether our existing capacity for those types of housing is adequate.
Great, thank you. Quickly on employment, the DLC director correctly found, and staff agrees, that Goal 14 allows Metro to rely on specific site characteristics regarding parcel size and other things in order to determine that there's a need. That's what Metro did with respect to those two 50-acre sites for industrial use that are included as part of the Sherwood West concept plan. Metro's determination of need based on those specific site characteristics has not actually been directly challenged by anybody in this appeal, so I just kind of want to note that for the record. There was also some argument about specific lot configuration of industrial sites in that area that was raised by Mr. Liberty on behalf of WSFA. You'll remember earlier I was talking about how there are a number of issues that are being argued by the appellants that have to do with future local planning, and that is absolutely one of them. Metro's decision basically says there will be 250-acre gross acre sites somewhere in this big employment area. There's more than enough land in there to apply those two 50-acre sites. Your director made a decision that the appellants actually, your director's decision was in part that the appellants were confusing gross acres and net acres, and that determination was not challenged at any point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to take a break, but before that, I wanted to turn over to Steve Shipsey. He has a question to ask us.
When we come back from break and before we deliberate, I will give you the opportunity to disclose any ex parte contacts that may have occurred where a party or a entity contacted you about this decision, and we'll have an opportunity to put that on the record if we need to. If that didn't happen, we'll give the opportunity, and everybody can say no. So if you have any questions about that during the break, I will be available. If you want to say, was this one? We can talk about that.
Define it for the audience.
Yeah, so an ex parte contact is where someone from either a party or a non-party contacts you and tries to persuade you about what you should think about this particular matter, because our review is on the record that was before Metro, and we're considering our staff reports, our director's, well, this is actually a director's decision appeal. So it's the director's decision, the objections we've received, exceptions to the director, or to the recent exceptions you received, and the presentations we've had today. That's the basis for our decision. Thank you.
Thanks. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 4:20.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Vice Chair Lazo.
We're scheduled for 60 minutes of questions, and if we come back at 4:20, will we still proceed with 60 minutes of questions?
I would think yes. We'd just go longer than our allotted time. And I had already started thinking about if we have questions for different groups, just that the groups would be ready to get up and answer our questions. So, yep. We'll see. Yeah.
Good one.
So welcome back. Welcome back. To agenda number 5, appeal of the director's decision to approve Metro Urban Growth Boundary Amendment at our September 2025 Land Conservation Development Commission meeting. So we had a chance to hear from...
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Nobody can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Did something go down on the mic, on the speaker?
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. It does sound a little bit less sound. Okay, it sounds more right now all of a sudden. I don't know why. Okay, so we had our break. We're back. We're going to enter a period of up to 60 minutes, or we'll see how it goes, of questions and discussion. There's a suggested motion. Obviously, one can make a different motion. I think the first thing we're going to start off is this ex parte contacts, and if any of the commissioners had them. Yeah, so I'm looking.
And do you want to do a roll call, or just want us to call out?
Does anybody, if anybody had one, to go ahead and announce that?
Yeah.
Got
I did not have any. If somebody sent me an email or called me, I do not know that they did that. So no, I would say no. So there's none. Okay. Staff is here for questions. I was thinking if we have questions of any of the people that presented, they're here, and I think all the people are online, so we're kind of open to that, but we may, if we want to go that direction, we may want to just keep like questions for them and then move, do we have any questions for them, and so that we don't bounce around. So does any of the commissioners have questions for the staff? Commissioner Warren.
There was an accusation made that Metro needed to follow Oregon Revised Statute after House Bill 2001 from 2023 was passed that mandated AFFH. Can you clarify that? Is there a statute that requires they follow that in law?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Warren, the requirement for affirmatively furthering fair housing is found in ORS, in terms of housing work, is found in ORS 197A.100, 2 and 3. And they tie that requirement to the production by a city of a housing production strategy. This is not a housing production strategy that's before you. It's an urban growth boundary expansion. Sherwood is currently scheduled to do its housing capacity analysis in 2027 and its housing production strategy in 2028, and will be required to address those provisions at that time.
Thank you.
And before we ask another question, maybe you could recap what is the criteria by which we are approving or remanding this. Just recap for us.
Okay.
Because we might, I imagine we're going to ask some questions that maybe veer out of that, which is not necessarily bad, but it's just always then guiding us back.
Okay, the standards are in ORS 197. Let me find that for you. 625, I believe, or somewhere around there. Let me just a second here.
What are you looking for?
And is it
the three criteria by which to adjust to
the standard of review?
Standards of review.
It's 197, 633, 3, A, B, and C.
Yeah, and is that in the? I feel like it's in our report, so just to direct us to the part of the report. I just want to make sure.
Is it also the OAR 660-025-016 sub 2? That's what's on our staff report on page 4.
And that repeats the statute. That's our rule that implements the statute.
Okay, I just wanted to guide us to the right page on our report, so that's 4.
It's on page 4 of the staff report. Yes.
Okay, and that's the evidentiary issues, substantial evidence, procedural, whether the proper procedures are followed, and compliance with law. That's a gross summary. Okay. Questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I think this will be a question for a couple of different parties, but from staff perspective, A couple things. Can you help me understand from staff's perspective the discrepancy in defining the need the ability to meet the need for needed housing inside the UGB? So there are a couple appellants who are claiming that that can be met with inside the existing UGB, and Metro's calculations are saying that that's not possible. So that's also tied in part to the Portland HCA, and so my understanding of that is that Metro is not required to use that particular body of work in their calculation, and did not, even though they participated in that. And so I know there was a potential explanation of that from Metro. So from staff's perspective, is there a way you can help me follow what how the discrepancy has been reached?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo. First of all, I want to, I think one of the slides from one of the appellants said we approved the Portland BLI. We did not affirmatively approve it, but it is an acknowledged document. We certainly didn't appeal it once it was adopted or anything like that. And we did work with the city on their, I believe, on their technical advisory committee. However, Metro has an obligation to independently come to an analysis of housing need. To do otherwise, basically, Metro, to use an old-fashioned terminology, it's more than just an adding machine. It's not going to just add up all the different HNAs it gets and come up with a number. They're required to independently do their analysis. We found that their analysis was well-founded, at least at the director did, even though it is inconsistent with what Portland's came up with. It is an aspect of our system. One of the issues that Metro doesn't do each individual city housing needs analysis, but we aren't required legally to reconcile those. And I would point out that one practical matter is that the 2% need that was identified that Sherwood would meet this area is for lower density development. That's not a forte or what you expect to occur within the city of Portland. So as a practical matter, that's the response we have on that issue, and I defer to Metro for any further discussion of that.
Thank you, Gordon.
Other commissioners? Sorry. Questions? Commissioner Reporter, no. I had some questions. Let's see. I was also going to ask the same question that Vice Chair asked, but I think you answered it there. How strong, I didn't really get a sense for the requirements that were put, the Metro put up a bunch of requirements, like it's going to be at this density and it's going to have this and that long list of things that it's going to have. I didn't get a sense for how strong those requirements were, how they get enforced, and if they don't happen, what happens. I didn't get a sense of that. I just got a sense that they were there to get approved, but not what happens after that.
Thank you, Chair Holova. And I think this is probably a question that Metro can elaborate on my answer on, but Metro, as one of those conditions of approval, Metro put a time limit on how long the city of Sherwood has to come up with its comprehensive plan. It also put in a monitoring requirement, so there's for the next 6 years, it's going to monitor that these conditions of approval are being met. So this is something that, Metro doesn't have the authority to enforce a comprehensive plan per se, but Metro is responsible, will be part of the comprehensive planning process and will be monitoring to ensure that it complies with those conditions.
And then if that time runs out and they're not met?
Yeah, Chair Holova, I think the answer to that is that at that point, Metro would be in the point of view, if Sherwood were to go ahead and start approving development that was inconsistent with, or they hadn't met a Metro standard, Metro would have the ability to object on the record and then appeal those decisions to the Land Use Board of Appeals, and I think they would have a pretty strong case in that situation. In fact, our agency could do that as well if we chose to, and we were involved at the local level. And I think if it came to a situation where a city whether it be Sherwood or any other, that in the metro area was ignoring or deferring or not complying with the metro standard, I suspect our agency would get involved as well, and start working to ensure, especially involving housing issues, which we have a lot of new enforcement abilities as well anyway, and close review. And so that's the best answer I can give you, is that there are safeguards if a city is going to start not complying with these conditions.
Related to that, I guess I had the question about, I understand how one can say zone the properties for different densities and different housing types. I get that. How does the affordability, you can't really force a developer to make, you can force them to make, you can put the zoning in place that will lend a result of, I'm trying to be careful with what I say, lend a result of smaller housing that will be naturally more affordable than larger housing, let's say. But you can't really say that lot right there must be affordable. So I'm trying to understand how the layer, and I don't know if it's a requirement or what, the layer of affordability in this world, which is, I know, totally different than the housing production strategy and all that. In this world, the layer of affordability, how does that fit in procedurally or legally?
Thank you, Chair Holova. And maybe it would be helpful if I read out the specific condition of approval so we can kind of hear how it's worded. This is from Metro's conditions of approval, which are Exhibit B to its ordinance adopting the UGB expansion. Housing affordability, the city shall work to institute new strategies and incentives to encourage the production of affordable housing. Examples include, and there's a list of about 10 bullets of things like SDC waivers, zoning changes, things like that. And it also goes on to say, as part of its upcoming work on a housing production strategy, the city of Sherwood shall work with Metro and Washington County to identify funding opportunities with the goal of meeting citywide housing affordability targets to be set by the state of Oregon. This decision, of course, came out prior to those targets being set. And then finally, in the housing affordability conditions, it says, during the comprehensive planning for Sherwood West, the city shall explore with the existing town center, which may include the 4 tax lots depicted on the map, that is attachment A to this exhibit, the feasibility of regulated affordable housing, including workforce housing for employees of nearby industries.
Did that say the last part again? But just the last thing you said.
Let's see, sorry, my eyesight just went blurry for a sec. Let's see, attachment A to this exhibit. The feasibility of regulated affordable housing, including workforce housing for employees of nearby industries, is something that they shall explore.
Okay.
And once again, Chair Olova, if Sherwood was not doing this, first of all, they would be subject to review as part of their their mandatory housing production strategy and housing capacity analysis, but also Sherwood started approving projects or annexing land and hadn't done this to Metro's satisfaction, and Metro had been on the record, Metro would have the ability to appeal those decisions, as would our agency if we were involved.
My question's pretty much revolved around the need part, which you addressed, and then the affordability part, which you just addressed now, and then the other one was about this alternative sites, and so if nobody wants to add to the 2 questions I asked. A lot of the alternative site questions seem to be more about the timing of exploring, like picking something, then exploring. And is there anything about the timing of exploring, or just that it was explored?
Chair Holova, yeah, that is, you're right, that was one of the major issues been brought up, is that, I think the argument is basically that Metro had a sham process and had already selected it. And what happened, to our view, and looking at the record, is that the Metro Council looked closely at these issues, saw that they have a strong preference. It's not an absolute requirement, but a strong preference that it be an area that a concept plan has been submitted, and Roger Alfred told us pretty well the reasons why Metro has come to that conclusion based on bad past experiences with places like Damascus. But it is not an absolute. And the Metro Council clearly in its initial work said we'd like to go ahead with that, but we presume that they were, from their staff, they were advised that you can't just come to this conclusion. You need to look at, formally look at all the 27 areas, and we'll look at them and see if something had popped out that, some other area, even though it didn't have a concept plan, was completely more highly suited on the criteria that they judge most closely, which is the availability of public facilities. We presume that the Metro Council would have looked at that, but the Metro Council then got that information from their staff. Just because they didn't discuss it in the public hearing doesn't mean that they didn't read it and they were satisfied with its contents and its findings. And we, looking at the record, that's what we believe happened, and the record indicates that that's the way it happened.
And then during that process, do you know if any other cities or jurisdictions sort of during that looking at alternative sites was like, hey, what about me? You didn't consider me. Was there any objections in that process? I don't know if you know.
To my knowledge, there were no other concept plans that were put forward, nor any objections that were related to another jurisdiction wanting to come into the UGB.
Vice Chair, did you have a question? No.
I have another question, but
okay.
My comment on that was there weren't any jurisdictions did, but the appellant Marks raised that very question about concept plans.
Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Holova, that is true, that the objection based on that was raised by a property owner, Mr. Marks, who you're aware from our other work is working to convince the cities of Tualatin, Westland, and Lake Oswego that they should be more actively pursuing expansion of the urban growth boundary in the Stafford Triangle.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Chair's question here. I don't know if you guys are getting feedback from me, but have you guys, to the staff, have you encountered this issue before, where there was just one concept plan that the UGB kind of revolved around, or is this kind of a unique circumstance?
Commissioner Chair Holova, Commissioner Porter, as Roger Alfred mentioned, this circumstance, these provisions have been in place for two previous urban growth boundary expansion proposals by Metro in 2018, and then the Commission heard it in 2019. I believe there were either 4 or 5 expansion areas, and they were all based upon concept plans. And as has been pointed out, there was no the Commission and Metro went through a similar process where they, asked for concept plans, got them, then did their analysis of the urban reserve areas and selected those concept planned areas, and there was no that decision was appealed on other grounds and upheld by the Court of Appeals, and then in 2022. The city or Metro received only one concept plan from the city of Tigard, and then Metro did go ahead and did the analysis. And although that was a different situation because they were doing an exchange, and so they didn't have to do a full analysis of all the urban reserve areas, they just did an analysis of the areas that they were going to remove from the UGB and then add the Tigard area to River Terrace area, it's called, in Tigard, to the UGB, and they took out some areas near Damascus and Oregon City that had little or no likelihood of being urbanized in the next 20 years or perhaps beyond that. So this has happened twice before.
Thank you, Gordon.
Is it related? Okay, Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Gordon, didn't we hear the representative from Mr. Marks say that I don't know if it was LUBA or the Court of Appeals in 2023, and I think he said it was Marks versus LCDC had struck down this sense that you can use the concept plan as your only factor in making that decision?
Chair Olova, Vice Chair Lazo, the Court of Appeals reversed your decision in a petition for enforcement, which found that there was no reason, that it wasn't a land use decision. This intergovernmental agreement that the three cities had come up with to delay or for a long time any consideration of an urban growth boundary amendment in those areas, and that's what that's very different from what was presented as inferred by the presentation. I'd put it that way. I don't know if Mr. Shipsey has anything to add to that.
Yeah,
sure. Judge Shore's opinion did go into kind of the process Metro needs to go through, but they didn't have that specific question from it. And I think what Mr. Mark's attorney was saying was that, Metro does have to identify a need, and then they have to go through the alternatives analysis to how to meet that need. And I think that's what he was saying was affirmation of his point. But it wasn't specifically before the court.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. And also, just for the record, the question on the...
Be closer.
The question
bring the
on
whole
the
thing closer. Yeah.
49,000 developable, that was on my mind and on my notes as a question. I appreciate it. I appreciate it that you brought it up. I guess my question is, I'm always trying to look at the cumulative impact. If this is approved and stands, is Metro somewhat limited then as far as future, unless there's lots of growth of any future expansions in UGB, because they have the, I forgot how many thousand acres, 3,000 acres of industrial, which could be converted into commercial, I suppose. So would there be a limitation? Is this like the last go round for a period of time with just the way things are to either of you?
Are you asking how long will this last? It's like
this should bring it up to the 100%. This would bring it up to the 100%.
Right.
So,
Chair Holova, Commissioner Bennett, Metro's analysis that was done in 2024 had this finding. They'll do a new analysis in 2030 when they next have to do it. They may come up with different numbers at that point based upon changed demographics or economic conditions or whatever. Presumably, if those numbers didn't change, there wouldn't be a justification for more, to add industrial land at that time or commercial land. They might, residential growth might result in a need for residential land. But it's hard to predict. I can't make any assumptions about past results guaranteeing future results or something like that.
But it kind of answers the question, when's the next time this consideration would be made? And you said 2030.
Yeah, I would say that they do have the opportunity, if they wish to do it, something called a mid-term urban growth boundary review after 3 years, but that's optional if they see a need for it.
and then as kind of an east side guy trying to get a new vision on this, that applies to all 27 cities in the well, maybe not the 3 counties, but the 27 cities.
Commissioner Bennett, the Metro analysis applies to all 24 cities and 3 counties, but the parts of the 3 counties that are within the Metro urban growth boundary, and there are parts of Multnomah, Clackamas, and Washington counties that are what are called urban unincorporated areas. They're fully fully urbanized or partially urbanized, but they are not in a city and aren't probably not going to be in a city anytime in the near future.
Commissioners, any questions for staff? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. My question is I want to make sure if you could confirm for me the way I'm thinking about this conceptually, the way it's been presented to us, I think, is Metro is responsible for not necessarily the urban growth boundary, expanding the urban growth boundary near Sherwood to meet the needs of Sherwood. They have evaluated the needs of the entire region and the UGB for the Metro region, determined that need, and then said that the spot where we can meet that need is this Sherwood West. Is that correct? And then that is intended to serve the needs of the entire region and the UGB and all the needs within the UGB. Is that how that process works?
Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Holova, that's exactly correct, and that's something that, with all the focus, especially some of the objections on Sherwood, the issue is Metro is looking at the needs of the entire Metro urban growth boundary area. In fact, if they were to try to compartmentalize needs into only certain parts of the area, we would be remanding it, because that's not allowed by Goal 14 or the rules. Or the administrative rules. So, so they found that, 98% of all that housing they need will be accommodated elsewhere in the metro area, and they had a, 2% of additional need, and then they looked around, where can we do that? And that's when they came across Sherwood. So, and that's the emphasis. And then you get into the issues of the more details of that we've been going through about, how would Sherwood West accommodate this growth?
Commissioners, questions for staff, and then I'll move on to questions for anybody else. I'll just open it up. Any questions for anybody else? It's a straight table, so I can't really see. I don't see anybody raising their hand. So I guess, yeah. Vice Chair Lazo, you have a question for somebody else?
Yeah. I guess I'll start with Metro. And I guess I didn't read your evaluation closely, but you mentioned Damascus, and many of us are familiar with what happened in Damascus. So isn't there capacity out in Damascus for some of this development? I mean, if things didn't happen the way they should have in Damascus? And my sense is that you did an evaluation of everything, and the answer to that is no. But given the deficit of expectations that happened in Damascus, is that not true?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, what an excellent question. So yes, as I described, there is a whole bunch of land sitting out in Damascus that is not planned for urban development. What we started doing with that land in the 2015 decision was we basically discount it. We basically take it out of our inventory, because it's too far away from services. It can't really be reached without insane costs by water and sewer. So we actually discount like a big chunk of the east part of Damascus, because it's basically unurbanizable in the next 20 years. And our analysis is a 20-year analysis. So we look forward and we say, can any of that land actually reasonably be developed in 20 years? And the answer is no. So then we just don't count it.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you swap that out?
We did.
Okay, is that what it means by discount? When you say discount?
No, sorry, different. Yeah, no. By discount, I mean that our buildable land inventory doesn't consider it as being buildable land.
But why not remove?
Right. Well, so that is what we did. I mentioned this really briefly because I was talking so fast. But in 2023, we did a UGB exchange, because the city of Tigard had a proposal, a concept plan proposal of about 500 acres. And we looked at that and we were like, how about we take an equivalent amount of buildable land out of Damascus and put it in Tigard? So that was the first time that Metro has ever actually done a UGB exchange. And we're sort of excited about using that possibility moving forward.
And I guess my question has to do with the map, with the green. Is that what's left over from taking it out? Is that, what is the huge green? What does that represent in that, with this thing that you've just said?
That map would represent that map would include the part that we took out. The part we took out was only about 500 acres. So it wasn't really big enough to make that much of a dent in that giant green blob. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Sorry, just the way it was categorized was as if that whole thing was not going to be developed. And so it makes me think, why does that whole thing go away? And so I'm just asking.
Well, one question would be that Klamath County hates that idea. So I guess that's the easy political answer. And also, we would need a place in another part of the region where all of that land, 10,000 acres, was going to be added. And I don't think that we have that Ted, do you want to add anything on this?
Yes, Chair. I think at the core, your question is also about, well, Metro has an obligation every 6 years to look at whether there's adequate land inside the urban growth boundary. And so that's what we did in this process. And as Roger described, some of the land that is currently in the boundary in former city of Damascus is not likely to provide housing or job capacity in the next 20 years. So we didn't count it, but we still have this obligation to look at the question of need, and that's what we've done.
I started off with, I'm going to veer probably outside of the lines of the criteria, but it's like the glaring question. You know, when you see a map and you see all that green and then you say it's not going to develop, that's like the first thing that you're going to think of regardless of politics. Yeah. Vice Chair.
So, as I mentioned, I think multiple parties will need to answer this question, but from your perspective, can you talk about this discrepancy that other appellants have brought forward? Again, you conducted your own independent analysis of the capacity within the urban growth boundary. There's been this issue raised about Portland's BLI. Can you speak to those discrepancies, both in the Portland BLI and then also the findings or the assertion made by the West of Sherwood Farmers Alliance?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, thanks again for the question. That is very much a Ted question.
Thank you, Roger. So your staff answered the sort of fundamental question that is behind all this, and that's that Portland has a lot of capacity for multi-unit housing. Metro identified a need for primarily single-unit detached housing in this decision. So a surplus in Portland doesn't assist the region with the deficit we identified. And just in terms of why there are discrepancies, we use different methods for estimating redevelopment potential. Portland and Metro both start in a similar fashion by using what we call a pro forma model that essentially estimates feasibility of redevelopment parcel by parcel. We do it at the regional scale. Portland does it for the city of Portland. Portland stops there. We at Metro took another step of saying, well, if we were to look back at what the model would have predicted historically in terms of development, how much of that actually happened? And this is consistent with our statutory requirement that we base our capacity estimates on development that has actually happened. And when you look at what actually redeveloped over the history, you find that it's a smaller portion of properties that are technically financially feasible for redevelopment that actually do redevelop. And that can be for a number of reasons. Property owner motivations being probably a big one of them. So we end up with a smaller portion that we think is in fact more accurate about what is not only financially feasible for redevelopment, but also likely to redevelop given historic trends.
And I would add just really quickly to that, as Ted indicated, the reason that we did this was the last time we did this analysis in 2018, there was a feeling that we had dramatically overstated the amount of redevelopment. And I mean, I should also note that the redevelopment part is probably the hardest piece to really identify, because you're making decisions about, is that existing house going to be torn down and a apartment building put on it? And that's based on a lot of different things that are really hard to quantify. So we've decided to try to do a better job of quantifying that, and that's why we switched to this pro forma model, which takes a more stringent look at whether we think something is actually going to redevelop or not. So that, I think, is the fundamental basis between the Portland and Metro numbers. And it's, again, as Ted said, that is all about multifamily.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm hearing a lot about concept plans and that only one came forward. Who's the keeper of the concept plans, the individual cities, or do you have access to all of them if they were out there?
We do have access to all of them, and the cities come to us with a concept plan they come to Metro with a concept plan and say, hey, we've got this great plan for how we think this area could be developed. We take those in and review them and then make decisions about future urbanization.
So some cities could have been close to the end of a concept plan and you would not know it?
We would probably know it because they have to work with us on putting the plan together.
Okay.
And I'll let Ted jump in if I'm wrong, but.
Aaron's going to jump in.
Aaron, yay, yay.
Hello. Most of the concept plans that occur in the Metro area are paid for by Metro through a grant program called our 2040 Planning and Development Grants. And in fact, in 2022, a year before we were asking for concept plans to help with inform any possible requests for these interest in expansion in 2024, we provided a grant, specifically $1 million available for any city wanting to do a concept plan, and no cities took us up on that offer. We also did a lot of personal outreach, staff to staff, and Metro councilors to elected officials in the jurisdictions that have urban reserves to talk to them about their plans and encourage them to consider doing concept planning. Thank you.
I was thinking about the amount of conversations we've had with cities about infrastructure. I mean, every single city we've ever talked to and every jurisdiction we've ever talked to, when I say ever in my 8 years, has always named infrastructure as the thing, not so much land. So I understand in some ways the infrastructure pairing, and if you have a plan for infrastructure, then you're probably more likely to want to do something versus if you have no plan for infrastructure.
I just to add to that very quickly, Chair Holliva, part of what's required in a concept plan is a description of where the funding is going to come from for infrastructure. So that's part of what we ask for.
Good to know. Commissioners, any questions for any Metro or other folks? Can you get on the mic?
Madam Chair, Sherwood, I have one question for.
Okay. So we'd like the city of Sherwood to come forward. And it's so painful to lean. We have with us the city of Sherwood. Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, and thanks for coming back. There was one presentation and another group that alluded to the selection or identification of the two parcels on the north of this UGB expansion and their suitability because of the bifurcation with the tower line, I believe, and streams, etc. Could you speak to that? And I guess the other part is that as part of the UGB, are you going to be bringing in zones at that time, or will you do that as a later process? So I guess there's a process question, and then, or was those just for concept, or, with just.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Really great question. Appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. What I would point you to first in terms of the availability of two 50-acre lots minimum is Appendix R to the Sherwood West concept plan. So submitted with the concept plan submittal to Metro. Appendix R is a study, we called it the Sherwood West Refinement Study, but really it was focused on that North District. And really it was the reason why we did the study was the city's interest in bringing jobs to Sherwood and to the region as quickly as possible. And so we hired a consultant to look at and refine the concept plan. So even though it's part of the concept plan, it was really also a refinement to the concept plan focused in that North District area. I would point to, and just for the record, point to, it's page 27 of that report, and there's two different development scenarios that the land use and civil engineering consultant looked at. If you can't find it, that's okay, I'll describe it. Scenario A, basically what they did is develop two scenarios for how much developable land would be available. And table 1, which is just one scenario, shows that there are 152 acres outside of the environmental areas that were mentioned. And so 152 acres, you can assume that there's going to be 2 50-acre lots within that 150 acres. There is also another scenario, scenario B, which is table 2, and that found 153 acres outside of Title 13 habitat area. What I'll say is that those are just 2 options for how roads infrastructure could be laid out. Frankly, and my background's in city planning, there are innumerable scenarios where you could put together, 2 50-acre parcels. Speaking to the power lines specifically, and I'm happy to show some examples, but what we've seen in Sherwood is that those power lines, although they're essentially easements, usually to BPA, Bonneville Power, usually they're easements to BPA, Bonneville Power, and what we've seen in site development is that those power lines are actually available not for buildings. The appellants are correct that you cannot put buildings under those power lines typically, but we have seen consistently parking, stormwater facilities, landscaping, all of those can go in under those power lines, and BPA has worked with us to allow those uses under those power lines. And that essentially does not take the land out of the net developable acreage, because the developers and the site designers are using those areas strategically for non-building space, and it works really well, usually for parking or landscaping. And then in terms of process, we have a concept plan approved. We have to get through comprehensive planning, which is the next step. And as part of that, that's where we would adopt the detailed zoning and look at specific uses, look at setbacks, look at heights, and we will be paying attention to the conditions of approval to make sure that we adopt zoning, minimum parcel sizes. Essentially how this is likely going to work is the city's going to adopt a code that says you cannot develop this site, these areas, unless you hit 50 acres. And so, that's how we would achieve it through the zoning. The last thing I'll say is the appellants did raise a concern about the parcelization, that there's a lot of parcels in there. Respectfully disagree that that's an issue. There are only a few property owners in there relative to other industrial lands in the region. City of Wilsonville, for example, and Tualatin are having a really difficult time because when you look at those maps relative to this planning area, it is truly parcelized and a lot of different owners on very small lots. These are actually fairly large lots with very few owners, and so we see the opportunity there.
It doesn't seem like, is there Vice Chair Lazo?
I have a question for the west of Sherwood Farmers Alliance, and I don't know if it's Mr. Liberty or his cohort, Mr. Kleinman. It's the same question. You made the assertion that Metro can meet the obligations for housing and employment with the resources inside the UGB. In your appeal letter, you compare Sherwood West to the Sherwood planning area, but as we just heard, this is not about Sherwood and their housing needs, but the entire region. So you make the assertion about Portland, the number that Portland reached. So did you all do a full analysis of the region to show that the region could absorb the housing need that's been identified?
Chair Halova and Commissioner Lazo, I think things have gotten a little confused about what is significant here, and I'm going to get to the point about the buildable lands inventory in Portland. I respectfully disagree with your staff that the Metro Council ever considered this document or any alternatives inside or outside the boundary. I attended some of the hearings. I looked at all the minutes. I looked at the agenda packet. I watched the videos. They never talked about anything other than Sherwood West. They did not consider any alternatives inside the boundary. Your director said the same thing in April. So your director's April report, so they never considered alternatives inside the boundary to meet those needs. That's the critical point. So the point about, well, why is the buildable land inventory for Portland what we're talking about? Because it shows what is possible. And the fact that members of your staff and Metro staff were in there talking about it meant they knew about what alternatives were and what could be presented, the market could deliver that was less expensive. So what you heard Mr. Reed say, by the way, everyone involved in this dispute we've worked with is very nice. And you cannot say that generally in the United States. And it really makes it much better, and we actually focus on the important stuff. So I didn't have a chance to say that, but I want to thank everyone from Metro and Eric and people in Sherwood and your staff. So the point was, this report was published in mid-October, and the Metro Council made its preliminary decision to approve the UGB expansion on October 8th at their work session. And there just isn't anything. They never, ever, ever talked about alternatives. So what Portland showed is you can actually get a lot more housing units, and that some of them can be made market affordable. We put information in the record, the Cascadia Partners analysis of the residential infill project done by Portland that showed that market rate housing that's built as redevelopment, which is happening in my neighborhood, it's not cheap, but it's more affordable. So we can't say that, we're not saying Portland somehow, well, there is a contradiction, but the big point is, why weren't there alternatives considered to meet these regional needs? Because what Sherwood proposed and Metro blessed was 2,700 units of single-family housing at low densities on hillsides. That is going to be very expensive. Is that how we address housing needs, is low-density housing at the edge of the urban growth boundary? And 400 units. By the way, in the record, there's a map of where the housing bond, the Metro housing bond for affordable housing is built. There's no project in Sherwood. There is in Wilsonville and Lake Oswego and a lot of other places. So I think focusing again on Sherwood misses the point about Metro is the issue and what they did, and did they really look at alternatives? And they said on their schedule, we take concept plans, that's all we consider, then we determine need, which is backwards. Concept plans should be developed to meet need. And when you look at the acreage, 400 units of middle housing, you know this from your own reports, might be 20 or 30 acres. That's not even a concept plan. That's just a development proposal from someone who owns 20 acres. So that's what's fundamentally the problem. And then all these arguments, and by the way, I think we all know we only scratch the surface of the arguments, kind of flow from this flawed decision-making process. Does that help put the buildable lands inventory in context?
Sure.
It does in a way, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily, because that's a separate question to me, is this whether or not alternatives were considered. Because we can argue that because we've got that document there, we've got the timing issue. My question really is around the process that Metro used to determine whether or not they could meet the housing need with the resources inside the UGB. That Metro said, we used a different method of analyzing it. Portland used a stronger emphasis on multifamily housing. They used a different number for redevelopment. So that's why their number is bigger, right? And Metro chose not to use that, whether or not that's right or not. But so the processes were different. Is that your assertion about the discrepancy?
No, that's not how I think about it. First of all, as a technical matter, Portland uses Metro's data because they have the best database. Then there's different assumptions about what you can redevelop. Your staff said Portland's approach is fine, it makes sense, it's acknowledged. So if that approach is okay, but Metro's is very different, they contradict each other, I think you got a problem. But my bigger point is this. People keep saying Metro did this analysis. No, the Metro Council didn't do any. You know, it'd be like if you sat here or you weren't here at all, and then you came in and made a decision, and someone said, well, there are all these documents, they must have read them. The deliberative process by a democratic body is to show to people how decisions are made and what the basis of decision is. There's nothing there. All they talked about was Sherwood West concept plan. So if it goes back, it's not like Sherwood West is excluded. It's part of the consideration. But there are lots of options, and that's what Portland showed, and that isn't the only thing in the record. There are a lot of other options on housing and employment.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody else by commissioners? I think we're good. I think some deliberation or some motions. You get to pick your adventure. Deliberations or motions? People have things to say. Commissioner Warren.
Chair, I want to respond to something you were asking about earlier, which is the available lands out in the Damascus area. And just want to remind the commission that Metro found that they had a need for 178,000 units, and they were able to provide those, or provide 175,000 of those units in this existing UGB. So all those lands that they're showing in the UGB have been accounted for, right? And they're saying that, yes, this can develop. So just to kind of lay that question to rest, it's like they've done that analysis. It's included in their thinking. I'd also like to point out that Metro found that they had a need for single unit detached homes, right? And so that's part of the rationale for why this area makes sense. And then they also had a need for large lot industrial areas, which is not available in the existing UGB, which we've seen in similar processes in other areas as well. So it's not something that's new to us.
Yeah. And I think that says a lot, what you just said, because that's a methodology, right? We need more large lots. We need more single, and somebody else might say, we don't need any of that, right? That's two value propositions. And then the question is, if that is the need that they found, then did they do the steps to meet that need? I think that's the crux of the thing.
Some just pontification and deliberation. I think what's super interesting about this coming to before us at this moment is that it mixes so many of the pieces about where we would like to be and where we're headed. Right? We have some of the pieces in ONA that address some of these pieces, some of the pieces that are implemented now, and some of them that are coming up. And so, but I don't know that we can make a decision based on the world that we're trying to create under ONA, the new paradigm. I think a lot of the assertions, some of the assertions, particularly around housing, to me, are shaped that way. Again, that question about the alternative, evaluating the alternatives is tough. But I don't know that there's support for it, but I am supportive of a motion that would actually ask Metro to evaluate further whether or not they have the resources inside the UGB to particularly accommodate the need for housing. And my sense is that my other commissioners are not supportive of that.
So you're saying whatever formula, let's say, they called it a pro forma, that they change the formula? Or if there's a formula and you put the inputs in and the outputs come out, are you saying, what are you saying?
I guess I'm saying that I'm having trouble reconciling that methodology with what Portland did based on the high percentage of residents that live in Portland that are in the metro region.
I guess what I heard was that if you're trying to say, let's fulfill this multifamily housing need and this other housing need and this low density need, then one would know that that low density need could not be fulfilled in the same areas that Portland units. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying what I heard. Versus not having a low density.
That was my reference to ONA, right? Is the sense that the way we change how we allocate housing units isn't based on what your current projection for needs, your projection for needs based on what things currently look like, but what they might look like regionally. And my sense is Metro is a regional government, that they did look at that regionally, and that what they came up with was this need for low-density housing, but it's also based on the current, the shape of our community currently, right? And again, that's the way it's done regionally. That's the way it's done. I'm not convinced that that shouldn't be reconsidered.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. And I think this ties in with what you're saying, but I keep scratching my head thinking 49,000 units up here, and now we have a deficit down here by a different organization. And it just is hard for me to reconcile all of that together. And I think that it probably would put a lot of this discussion to rest, answering Vice Chair Lazo's point and the 49,000 versus a deficit. It just seems to me, whoa, I mean, if we were maybe a couple hundred, maybe 500, but that's a long distance trying to put that together in my mind. And I'm certainly open to anybody else educating me where I'm.
Yeah, I would love to ask a question around this because maybe I'm making it up, but it feels like I'm making it up. Okay. It feels like maybe the city of Portland is optimistic about the redevelopment capacity of a piece of land, and it feels like Metro is saying we've been burnt before by being too optimistic, right? And because we've been optimistic, and then people have actually done what they've done, and we've been, ooh, it doesn't match our optimism, let's call it. So I wanted to ask a question in regard to these two methodologies from a legal, let's call it a legal standpoint. Like, is Metro required to do a specific methodology? Yeah, Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, one of them, when we look back at the summary.
You gotta get closer.
We look on page 7, looking at 2C and 2D, OAR 660, blah, 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 B, says the commission may not consider this appeal item. So I want to make sure, I may be way out of left field here, so whether or not we can even, maybe I brought up a topic that we can.
No, that's why I was asking about, like, there's the let's have the conversation about all the things, which I think is important because we want to, but then there's the reverting back to what's our charge.
I'm certainly willing to retract all of this, but I'm just kind of, I don't want to be outside our lane.
Right. That's what I was trying to get to. Is there a specific methodology? Have we crossed into one of these categories? Because there is a housing need supply category in different buckets on this chart. Some say valid, some say invalid. What I found interesting was when there was a testimony that was talking about this actual thing that we're talking about, I went and looked at those ones, and that argument that was given here about that exact issue, Portland versus whatever, I didn't seem to find it in these maybe I missed it, but in this chart. And so it was like, oh, that's nice, but I don't see it here. So I was looking at C, determination of housing need, and I was looking at I was skipping the invalid ones. So I was looking at 1C, sorry, is what I meant to say. And then I was looking at 3A, because that's valid. I was trying to look at what are the ones that talk about calculating the need that are valid, maybe 6L.
Chair Holova,
Yeah.
I don't know about the others, but this question was squarely raised by Thousand Friends and River Keepers in 1C, and so it is certainly within your purview to discuss. It's not out of our lane at all.
Yeah, but then when I went to actual 1C in the report, it was talking about something different, I felt like, than this thing we're talking about. Let me just look. This was starting to veer into ONA, and which I feel like is a different thing. It's just totally a different thing.
Chair Holova, if I might, the director's decision on pages 33 to 35 addresses this issue, and the staff report on page 15. And all of those citations are addressing valid arguments.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to say. Not that there's no discrepancy. the conversation we're having about Portland's numbers or whatever, I felt I was going to find it here, but when I actually looked here, it was talking more about ONA and affordability, which is not what we're talking about right now with numbers.
You're correct. I think, I'm not sure about the chart, but I think this is actually it's discussed under issue 1A on page
33.
And then in the staff report on page 12, the September 2nd staff report, which talks about the fact it mentions the Portland housing capacity analysis, and then just says see director's decision, pages 32 to 35. So we definitely is definitely an issue that is before you.
Vice Chair Lazo.
The other thing, this doesn't help me, but the thing I'll bring forward, and I meant to in my comments also is, or this is actually a question, Gordon, is my understanding though also is that there is a deference to Metro, to the applicant here, that should be made, particularly for evidentiary items.
Vice Chair Lazo, the deference is really for Metro's interpretation of its own code provisions. Okay. Not so there's not a specific deference issue here. I think in looking at this, a key point to make is that, and I think Metro did mention it, why their analysis is different from Portland's, and that is that Metro is under a statutory requirement to do that initial analysis. It's now ORS 197A.350. It used to be, for many years, it was ORS 197.296, and it requires, as part of an analysis that Metro's, and it specifically calls out Metro to do this, and at the time also cities over 25,000 population, which is now often a different statute, but they're required to look at what's happened in the past in terms of development capacity or development that's occurred, as opposed to just projecting into the future. And I think what they're telling us, and what we understand, is that the reason they went to the next step beyond Portland of discounting some of that capacity is that they're required to by that statute. And for those of us that are old enough to remember the 1990s, that statute was originally written at the behest of the Oregon Home Builders Association, and was specifically written to ensure that Metro didn't, and other large cities didn't, make pie in the sky, if you will, ideas about how much housing could occur to avoid needed expansions of the urban growth boundary, which is what the home builders at the time were trying to achieve, and so that statutory language, although it's been modified at times since then, still is basically there. And Metro's that would explain why Metro's analysis is different from Portland's, and why Portland wasn't required to take that next step of checking against past performance.
And I just want to ask real quickly, I know that this is a whole conversation we had, and I'm just trying to remember when we had it in relation to Metro. Maybe it was in Condon. So we've had this conversation before about looking at past performance to think about the future. Commissioner Thompson.
As I read the material, what I saw in my mind was that a very thorough process had been followed, and as nearly as I could determine from reading the material, it was done in compliance with the law. And for that reason, the director said, this is what the decision should be. Not agreeing with the decision isn't an adequate reason for saying it's illegal or ill-considered or just flat out the wrong decision, or it needs, God forbid, to be further deliberated. So Commissioner Lazo made a motion that is, didn't he? I thought you made a motion.
Oh, he was just talking.
You just stopped talking. I thought I heard a motion. Well, shame on me then. I'm going to stop.
I'm willing to make a motion.
Oh,
So
you're willing to make, all right, okay, fine.
But my sense is that
there's no will.
There's no support for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. posing the question? People are looking at me like they want to talk, or I don't know what they want to do. I think for me, a lot of the issues discussed, I don't want to say are going to be solved, because people still have to work at making sure things get solved. But I feel like a lot of the issues discussed fall into a bucket that is really designed for the housing production strategy and the next level of work. And it's like at every stage, folks have to be vigilant on where we're going. And so this is one stage that has a methodology that gets to land. But to me, that doesn't equal, we're not going to have affordability just because the past practices, I'm making up because I don't know. I'm saying what people say, because of the practices of Sherwood being exclusionary or only catering to wealthy or whatever the case may be. And we've seen cities in Oregon who had that, and I'm not saying this is a reputation of Sherwood, I'm sorry. But if one wants to say that's a reputation of Sherwood, we've had other cities in Oregon that have had that reputation that I'm like, oh, look, they're doing affordable housing now. So there was actually some arguments that were made that says, because it's so exclusionary, we almost can't believe that they're going to put diverse housing. I'm like, that's the exact community where we need the diverse housing and the different housing types. There's people that work there, that need that affordable housing. And so there was an argument made, and I saw that as an argument for, actually, because I was like, no, you actually do need this kind of housing here, exactly, close to jobs, close to winery and all that kind of stuff. As long as there's the steps that ensure that it goes there, not, they promised that in the UGB expansion, and then and none of that happened. So that's why I was asking questions about what are the mechanisms, and understanding we have a whole other thing over here, which is the city of Sherwood still has to come back, regardless of these requirements by Metro. They still have to come back and now meet these housing production strategy. And then we have HAPO, right? We have enforcement mechanisms also. If this was prior to the HAPO and the housing production strategy and all that stuff, I feel like we would be left unanswered, and we would say, when we pass this, we're sealing the fate, right, of good or bad, versus now we say, no, this is one step, and now they have to meet all these things that I don't even know if Metro would have made all those requirements before, right? So now Metro's making all these requirements. Now housing production strategy is making all these requirements. Now HAPO is making all these requirements. And I don't mean that in a legalistic way. I mean more we're on a path to something different than the status quo of what we see there. And, there were enough clues. They were saying, like, I don't know if this is right, but they were like, most of Sherwood's housing stock was in the 1990s versus Portland, which, is 100 years old. That tells me those sites aren't going to get redeveloped within Sherwood with greater density because they're kind of new relatively, versus in Portland when things are falling down 100 years old, you can say, they're going to get replaced by something else. So unfortunately, a lot of the arguments by the appellants actually were convincing me in the opposite, even though I agreed with the appellants that we must see this through, this must happen. It's just a different process. And I mean, I have very personal opinions about, and I'll just say it, apart from this case, don't quote me on the legal rule. I have very personal opinions that there's enough land in the UGB. That's my very personal opinion. But if then you layer on these requirements for single family, so unless that requirements for meeting these different housing types, if that wasn't in there, and we could say we're going to go all toward multifamily, like we're not going to consider single family, then it would be apparent, like, why do we need the site? We have enough sites for multifamily. So I think that's the hard part for a person who cares about utilizing the land and the urban growth boundary. But I was very happy to see just from a planning perspective, like all the areas that are going to be protected, and the idea of putting the higher density here, and all the right things that you would see seem to be in that plan by quickly looking at it. So that was a lot that I just said, but yeah. Vice Chair.
I say one thing. I will note that one of the assertions made by, and rightly so, by one of the appellants, HLA, is that those conditions of approval related to the housing production strategy. The housing production strategy is not a land use decision, and so is not appealable. So that's one of the assertions they make, is that this is potentially one of the last bites at the apple for some of these some of these pieces. Although we did hear from Metro and from others that there's some accountability with regard to the conditions of approval, and Gordon also mentioned that too. But HLA's point is that it's not an appealable land use decision.
Get that. Commissioner Bennett.
I guess I'm still not totally satisfied on that, on the land piece. And I was reading here that in the Wasco County case, and quoting it here, it said, if a reasonable person could reach the decisions that Metro made in view of all the evidence in the record, the choice between conflicting evidence belongs to Metro. And I guess as I'm sitting on that, I'm just really struggling, and I'm still willing and open that if somebody can come along and explain how we got from 49,000 to a deficit, it's just, and maybe I'm just this late in the day locking up on that.
Talking about Portland versus Metro?
Yes.
Yeah, it's different methodology and also looking for different housing types.
Okay, I'll take it.
Commissioner Warren?
Just to add on to that, just a reminder that they found they had capacity for 175,000 units in the Metro UGB, right? Whereas Portland's only 49,000.
No, it's fine.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Warren is ready to make a motion.
I move the commission uphold the director's approval of Metro's UGB amendment submittal in order 001953 based on the findings and conclusions in the director's report.
Commissioner Thompson will second.
Commissioner Thompson seconds. Commissioner Warren made the motion. I think we did all the deliberation, unless somebody wants to say Commissioner Porter. Otherwise, we'll do the roll call. Yep, we're ready.
Commissioner Bennett.
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lazo.
No.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Okay. I think I would say, probably on behalf of the whole commission, that it would be great. We might find out about it in a different way, regardless of our interest. But if we don't find out about it in that way, it'd be good to stay up on this as a briefing to see how this process goes, especially in relation to housing production strategies and that process to be able to flag this as a thing to watch and monitor. I think that's definitely Commissioner Boyer.
And I just want to thank the appellants. You guys put a lot of effort into the arguments, and I learned a lot from all of you, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would also second that. Yeah, it was a very robust conversation, lots of thoughts, and I would say, from my perspective, a lot of us, I think, I'll say for me, care about these issues a lot, in specifically what the appellants were saying. I just felt like there's other bites at this apple, but yeah, the issues are super important and they should not be dropped. I think that's it for today. I'm trying to find where am I in my schedule? Hold on one second. I find myself. Okay, so we are finished with the meeting. The first day of the Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. Tomorrow we are going to start off with something. Yeah, it's not in here. Agenda item 6, maybe? Director's report, and we are starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So we will see you tomorrow. With that, the meeting is adjourned.